concerned are please requested to be seated so that we can proceed ahead with the session. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We'll be starting the first session of day 2 today. I would like all of you to please be seated so that we can proceed ahead. Shujat. I would like to invite Mr. Abdul Rauf Khan as the chair of this session. I would like to give us a brief introduction about Mr. Abdul Rauf Khan. Mr. Rauf has over 26 years of diverse technical and management experience with leading national and multinational companies. His significant contribution remain in creating value through exploration successes, developing successful teams, exploration business strategies, and proposing implementation methods, preparing business plans and delivery in different geological settings and diversified business environments. He started off his career with Schlumberger, Abu Dhabi, as a geoscientist and contributed in significant upstream projects with major E&P operators in Middle East, NSA, and North Africa. His contribution and significant achievements include opening of new plays, extending discovered play limits, meeting challenging timelines through planning and team synergy, quality portfolio expansion, influencing stakeholders with right approach, resource addition through significant exploration and appraisal successes. His career profile reflects his contribution and track record in association with key E&P operators including ADNOC, ExxonMobil, UEPL and MPCL, where he is currently serving as Director Operations. Mr. Abdul Rauf Khan, it's an honor to have you here as our esteemed chair. So before I proceed ahead, I would like all the presenters to keep this thing in mind that they will be having 20 minutes window of presenting their presentations. After 15 minutes, we will ring the bell, which will be an indication to wrap things up early. And we will be taking maximum 3 to 4 questions. One more thing before I hand over the mic to Mr. Abdul Rauf. In the last 2 sessions which held yesterday, I was a little bit disappointed to see that the attendance was very less because all the presenters do a very hard job in preparing this presentation, doing the research work, and each and every one of them, they would always want that an audience should listen to them, they would ask them questions, and they would feel good when they'll be answering those questions, they will feel accomplished. But when a presenter is presenting to an empty crowd with no questions at all, so he will feel demotivated. And most probably, most of them will say that, koi zarurat nahi, next time hum karte hi nahi hai. So this thing will lead to a degradation of paper quality and research work. So it is my humble request to please ensure maximum attendance, and please you should appreciate all the presenters, ask questions from them, and make them feel that they are presenting to a real crowd, to real explorationists, and ask them challenging questions so that they should also feel that yes, we are at a conference and we are actually interacting with top industry professionals, and they will feel accomplished when they will be answering the right questions right answers to your right questions. Thank you very much. Sir, you can take over. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome you all. It's the second day of ATC. I think this time we have seen that the ATC has attracted a lot of other audience from outside Pakistan. Mr. Marzuki, who was also here. The good thing is that he was also chairman of ECC, which PIUL, the project which was consortium of 4 companies, he was leading from Abu Dhabi, and he has said very good things about it. I think that's a good reflection of Pakistani industry and the professionals at international level. From yesterday, I personally have seen that we have improved quality of our technical papers. So that's a very good thing. I was suggesting to the organizing committee that now we need to target to take this ATC to international level and just focus on that, and maybe we can also attract international authors to come and present at ATC. So let's target that inshallah for next year. Now let's go to the first paper presentation. The title is the Transforming Reservoir Understanding with Data Science and Machine Learning Based Fishes Modeling. So that's very interesting. So for that, I would like to invite Mr. Zubair, who has been associated with Schlumberger. He's a graduate from Qaid-e-Azam University, and he's been associated for since 2013. So I welcome Mr. Zubair to please come on stage and present your paper presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here at the start of the presentation, just the first presentation, I will go through how data science and machine learning change the reservoir understanding. I will start this presentation from background with our objectives of the study, then move on overall data science workflow. At the end, wrap up from our results with cross-validation attributes and with some concluding remarks. So starting the presentation, the impact of data science and machine learning to address the gaps in reservoir characterization cannot be overstated. If we see traditional fish modeling, there are a lot of challenges, like handling multiple secondary variables, parameter selections, and also the interdisciplinary demand of expertise in mathematics and geology. Machine learning in this new era gained profound understanding to address the gap in geoscience analysis, precise fishes modeling, and gap in expertise as well. So our objectives are threefold. First, to accurately predict different rock types with unparalleled accuracy and precision. The second goal is to capture the relationship among the different variables. And the last is to aim in enhance the efficiency and automation to reduce the time and also the manual intervention. So the data set that we have, it's a comprehensive geological and geophysical data that include wells, overall 8 from A to H. 2 wells BW we took as blind well. Rock types, 5 rock types are interpreted based on different well logs and the seismic data as well. So moving towards the core part of the presentation, the data science workflow that starts from collection of data from different sources. After data collection, the next step is to refine, pre-process that data. Remove ambiguities, anomalies if there are any. Then machine learning models are applied on that refined data. These models are reiterated until we have a best possible result to ensure the reliability. Successful models are deployed and the predictions are made on new unseen data. So data preparation for this work are multi-phased approach. It starts from geometrical properties. We take into account cell coordinates in I, J, K, and direction. Furthermore, the factoring from distance to fault lines and considering to vertical depth as well. Seismic attributes to capture the subsurface uncertainty, complexity, and geostatistical information that play the major role. We utilize long-range variogram to capture overall broader trends and short-range variogram for small-scale heterogeneities. In total, we have 15 features covering all these 3 geometrical properties, seismic attributes, and geostatistical information. So before moving towards machine learning, first we have done the correlation between the input parameters. just to identify the noise, and the goal is to select the best possible feature as an input to gain more accuracy. If we see overall this graph, most of the features are uncorrelated with each other, except few, like X with I cell, Y with J cell, and K with TVD and Z. So this is overall workflow of our project. We selected few features, apply machine learning models, and at the end select the best possible 3 models and make the rock type prediction on those 3. So for model training and design phase, first we have done extraction at well for training. This basically captures hidden relations and dependencies between different inputs and their relation with the target, that is rock type as well. This gives deep understanding of reservoir heterogeneities and improve overall accuracy of the output. For the evaluation and validation, its generalization and robustness are its top priority. We have divided data set first in 2 parts. One is training and the other is validation. Model is trained on one set of data and its performance is assessed on validation part. To further improve, we have divided the data set overall in 5 folds. Model undergoes 5 times of iteration. For each iteration, one set is selected as a validation part as unseen data, and the rest 4 are taken as training part. This basically reduces the dependency on specific subset of data. So model can see different correlation at different iteration. So we have trained a lot of machine learning models. At the end, we selected the best possible 3, that are random forest, XGBoost, and sport vector machines. These models are selected based on their accuracy and with other metrics like precision on this data set. These directly affect the predictions. So let's look on deeply how these algorithm works. So looking on XGBoost, basically it's gradient boosting and regularization that prevent overfitting and handle the complex data set. It determines the final class of rock type by aggregating the result from each individual tree. And then the class that has more probability is selected as the final class. Random forest is another ensemble technique that uses feature selections. Same like XGBoost, it determines the final class by aggregating the results from multiple decision trees. And the class which has more votes is selected as final class. And sport vector like NAM basically defines the optimal hyperplane between different classes. These algorithms are selected for their utility strength for precise reservoir characterizations. Before moving forward, we also look how these models considering our input features. If we see XGBoost from overall 15 features, it's only considering 12. With most probability of geostatistics and geometrical attribute and putting seismic at low priority. Same, random forest. It's considering all the input features with high priority of geostatistical and geometrical and somehow low but not too much low for seismic as well. And the sport vector machine, it's considering 13 features, but it's only giving priority to only few features. Rest, it's considering it as low priority. So at the end, for the model training and evaluation, these results are further evaluated through the use of confusion matrix, which provides structure breakdown of the predictive capabilities. It provides strength and weakness of each model, if we see the rock types, rock type 1 and 3, that are predicting little bit below 70%, almost 30% is uncertainty in it, while the rest are more predicting well more than 80%. After training and validation, the next step is to make the prediction across the entire reservoir by considering all the inputs. So we deploy these models and make the predictions. These provide valuable insights about the rock types and for the reservoir management as well. There are some difference. These difference comes because of feature priority and overall how much priority the model is giving to each input. So after prediction, we add an extra layer of cross-validation at blind wells. These wells are not part of initial training and validation. This enhances the overall, you can say, overall our confidence in rock type distribution predictions. At the end, just to cross-validate our result, we have used seismic attributes. We flatten seismic in our zone of interest just for the purpose of stratal slicing. Then generated multiple seismic attributes, different attributes captured different heterogeneity. And then to further validate, to visualize the result, we use RGB blending technique to merge different attributes and then correlate it with our fish's predictions. This enhances our further confidence in the predictive capabilities of our machine learning models and its correlation with different attributes when they are blended with each other. So, as a concluding parts, basically data science is a multidisciplinary field that combines data science with maths and domain knowledge. There are still research going on, so it's important to consider the limitations before moving toward this machine learning process. It enhances our predictability, it reduces the time, increases accuracy and minimizes the human error. So at the end, we would like to thank our management for allowing us to present this paper. Now the floor is open for questions.
Thank you, Zubair. You actually finished your presentation quite well in time. So we have time for questions. So any questions from the audience?
Yeah, this is Etisham from United Energy. I think it's a commendable work, first of all. After this analysis, do you find some success? There is a ratio which we can indicate based on this testing results to find some successes in particular areas so far.
So, thanks for your question for raising this, the post-model analysis of success. Basically, we have delivered this project, and it's little bit, you can say, internal to say more about that. The project is not our own, it's something related to external as well.
Sure. So the second part which I was thinking actually, initially you put seismic on a low priority situation, but you work on the modeling piece more. But once you model your parameters and based on the seismic you try to calibrate it, do you feel comfortable? I mean, in seismic usually we have a lot of impurities. There is a huge, nowadays in different geological, domains we can see it. There is a high noise contamination inside the seismic. There is a lot of, number of impurities which usually processor can try to extract and provide us kind of a more clean data set. How do you think that something which is by default inside the input of the seismic we could have based on this exercise, once you will able to calibrate between seismic versus the model result, they should be a good match actually.
So for this feature selection, basically it's model selecting the feature, the priority, what priority it's giving to which features. Before coming towards this feature selection, let me go back to one more slide. Then I will come on your question. This one, the correlation between input features. First, we need to understand this. If the features are correlating with each other, so we need to drop that. It means we are increasing the time, but it does not impacting the overall result. We need the features that are uncorrelating with each other. So one thing, if we see the seismic is not correlating with the rest of the features. So coming towards the now to your question. So this model prioritizes. If you see a different model take as a priority different features, and seismic is a low priority. If you are not confident that the seismic is of good quality, and the model is considering as a high priority, so we need to discard that model. Here seismic is low priority, the rest of the feature are taken as high priority. If rest of the feature are taken as high priority, then that's why we use that these features are working. What we have in seismic, what is looking in seismic, are the features are giving same results or not. Basically rest of feature we have selected on our own decision.
I don't know. Actually, I have used 2 questions already. So if there is any third question, someone is from the audience, you may ask. I have another question. Maybe my fellow can, first ask.
Thank you so much, Zubair. My question is, as you showing some sort of workflow to define overall the overall results as well, can you share how we can apply in Pakistan in particular area to identify such features based on either we are using the well log or the seismic data? Can you give some sort of example?
Okay. Okay, just to give you the question that is, you can say relevant to this presentation and some of irrelevant to this presentation as well. So when I started one of the project that is source rock classification, we have multiple data sets. When we combine overall, we left with 370 columns. So when we refine the data from 370 column, we left with only 35 inputs. Then from 35 inputs, it depends on us which feature we want to select. And this totally depends on feature correlation. They must not correlate with each other. If they are correlating, one we need to drop. The other, the priority. How the model is giving priority. If it's giving low priority, we need to drop that. It's only taking the time, overall time, increasing the overall time. So if we see here, we have total 15 feature at the start that we consider as an input. And if we look this slide, different model considering different, only random forest is considering all the feature, rest it's not taking all. And if we further deep down in SVM, the support vector machine, only top 4 or 5 are taken as a high priority. Rest, if we can drop, it will not impact too much on the results.
Yeah, so I think the last question from my side is, you rightly mentioned, actually I was also about to ask to you if you can see certain percentages of different attributes which you have used it even in the form of a bar chart, they indicate the top 5, 6 or so, they have a higher weightage, and rest all which is going deep, X, Y, I and J cells, they could have, you know, very small intensity within this whole model process. Technically, the robustness of the model will be validated at time once the output product is, you know, available and you try and calibrate with the existing seismic data. My question is, I even understand this is, you know, your internal working and you don't want to open it. Is this working is for offshore setting area or it is for the onshore area?
It's onshore.
Onshore, okay, that's fine.
So further, just to confirm your answer, if we look on SVM, it's only considering 3-4 feature as high priority. If we drop the rest, it will probably not impact too much output. But then we need to look. It's considering variora, seismic attributes, and 2 seismic attributes and 1 K cells. Are they reliable for our input in our area? Then we need to decide that. If they are not, then we need to switch to any other technique.
So thank you, Zubair. Thank you very much. I think it was very interesting topics. That's why you are getting questions. In the interest of time, I think we should close your session here and invite the next presenter. Thank you very much. So before we go to the second presenter, I would like to introduce Syed Faisal Ali Shah Sahab, who has joined us. He is a highly accomplished geoscientist of our industry. I know him since 1998. Maybe he doesn't remember that meeting in the US when he was associated with Western GECO. Later, he decided to come back to Pakistan, and he served at PPL for a long time. He's been there, and a lot of highly accomplished projects are on his shoulders. So then I think he moved to MOL and other associations also in Balochistan, and we are very privileged, Faisal Saab, having you here. So it's been very interesting until now, and we hope that we'll enjoy the remaining session as well.
Thank you, Raul Saab. He missed one of the most important part of my career. That is 2 years I stayed in Balochistan as the CEO of Balochistan Energy Company, and was able to activate that company. That was really a pleasure and a lot of learning for me. And Balochistan is the place where most of the E&P activity is going to be in the future. So that is one thing that I want to thank you for.
Thank you. Our next presenter is Mr. Hassan Ahmed Khan. A brief introduction of Mr. Hassan is that he graduated and post-graduated from Karachi University with specialization in geochemistry. He's been associated with the UEPL since then. He interests in 3D reservoir static modeling, and he's been making contributions into that. So I welcome Hassan, you at the stage. And the topic of his paper presentation is a robust method to identify potential reservoir zones having good hydrocarbon drilling shows but high water saturation in brownfield. Seems very interesting topic, so let's hear him.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. So my name is Mohammad Hassan Ahmed Khan, and I am associated with United Energy Pakistan Limited as a reservoir geologist. So before starting the topic, I would like to, thanks to my team, in which we have Tajammul Khan and Aisha Beg, Saddam Hussain, Mubassim Shahzad, and Hafiz Arsalanullah. They really contributed as a team to making this effort on this stage. Thank you. So today our topic is, sorry, I have a cough, sorry. So a robust method to identify potential reservoir zones having good hydrocarbon drilling shows, but very high water saturations in brownfields. So basically the content we have today for the discussion is the introduction about the area and the regional geology we have. According to this, we have a field history and the structure configuration, and importantly, the reservoir we are looking into it that has a very high water saturations and but have a very good hydrocarbon shows. That is Lower Guru Zone C sand, a known one in the lower Indus Basin, a reservoir in the lower Guru formation. So what makes us to take the step and compel us to taking from the ambiguity to the clarity. That is our 4th step. Coming to the challenges we faced and the mitigation we come up with, and the results and obviously the achievements we have, and through the achievements we were able to making the pathways feasible for us for the future prospect. And obviously the most important slide will be the interplay of structural complexities and the integration of those with the MDT results we have. So here we will see how high water saturations play important role to come up with the picture that it has less probability of flowing the water rather than the water from it, but have hydrocarbon from it. And obviously most of the areas in the brownfield are low marginal areas, so we have to couple those low marginal potential along with the high prolific zones. That is one of the aspect and successful stories we have. And obviously there are future prospect we have after this findings. We have multiple other opportunities in our field, so we will show up there. So starting from the geology and the tectonic, the areas where we worked on it is basically lie on the lower Indus Basin, and it's an exceptional regime area. Tectonically, it's a horse and graben structure we have, and the prolific reservoir that we have is a lower Guru Zone C sand reservoir, and the play type is a down-thrown area. Down-thrown of the normal faulting regime, very complex structural features we have, and the hydrocarbon type we have is the oil and the gas. So the challenges that we faced, few are the challenges that we faced while we were come up with the understanding that we need to investigate those areas where we left behind due to the high prolific zones, and we neglected those areas that were not at that time seems to be very viable to go with it. So the challenges we faced, when we were doing this exercise, we have that thing in our mind that we need to, the exigencies of the, energy sector here to add up the value some little bit from our company to boost up the production for the consumer need. Obviously, the other thing comes when you are working in the brown fields, there are low output areas which we neglected, and we have to work on it to come up with the good opportunities, growth avenues we have in those areas. We will discuss it in the future slides. And obviously, working on the pocket type reservoirs, structurally complex area, you need to map those areas in such a way that you come up with the value added opportunity. And obviously, the most important thing here is we have, worked really hard to identify hydrocarbon areas in the high water saturation zones to produce those zones. This was very challenging to put our money on it. And obviously, after this, we have a mitigation criteria, what the challenges we were facing and mitigation we have taken. So defining those in the de-risking steps and, imperative measures we have taken to assure whatever the output will be the result-oriented output. And in the end, the results and the achievement, high risk have been taken, and the reward we get in terms of the future prospect. Obviously, the leveraging marginal opportunities, coupling with the high prolific zones, which we don't, sometimes the marginal opportunities are that have very low NPV to go and drill a well. So you couple those marginal opportunities with the high prolific zones. And in the end, the most important part is we have added from this understanding and this workflow we adopted, we added the value of 1.2 million barrel of oil in the reserves that bolstered our financial numbers. So here you can see the map of that particular field we have, and there is a well that is K1 well. You can see on the map. This was the turning point when we investigated this well in the high water saturation area, and we come up with the understanding. We execute those areas and produce the hydrocarbon. Then we make another well here. We have a room up dip present in the area. We investigated and proposed a well and come up with the good hydrocarbon rates and coupling with the low marginal opportunities. So this is basically the regional geology. You can see the cross section here, the complex type of normal faulting regime, the alignment of the faults and the allocations of the fault. Very much difficult to address those areas on the down-thrown side. Obviously, on the up-thrown side, this is less difficult, but in the down-thrown side, we see normal faulting areas where small faults play a very critical role in terms of providing the structural closures and small pockets of the reservoir, structurally complex pockets. And in the right hand side, you can see the stratigraphic sections we have in our area where we have worked, and the reservoir that we worked on it is the Lower Guru Zone C sand reservoir. So if you talk about the history of the field, so it was discovered, you can see here the K1 well and the K4 well we have, and the K3 well in the northwestern side of the structure. So it was discovered in 2016 by the drilling of K3 well. We have produced from zone C sand. The fluid type was the oil. And by the time before the time we drilled in 2015 the K1 well with the deeper objective, and that particular zone C sand was neglected because we have a higher price in the deeper potential. Once we depleted those potentials, we come up with the again see those areas in the field where we think have some opportunities. We looked up in such a way, taking out from the nutshell and concluding those areas, and come up with a better picture in terms of the production head and the reserves head. So we got the commercial production from this particular log you can see here. The K1 has a petrophysical interpretation here. You can see very high water saturations here. Little pay is computed with high water saturations. And obviously it was a debatable topic every time whenever we take this to the management, either it is produce oil or water from it. So it's a very debatable thing, and we concluded this with certain assumptions and certain workings. We will show up in the next slide. You will see it there. So if you talk about first we take up from the depositional environment, the sand we have, it's dominated by the waves and influx of the tidal channels in it. Both the depositions of sand waves and the tidally influenced channel have a good reservoir quality, but on top of that, in relative term, the tidal influence channelized pattern has a good reservoir quality that has produced hydrocarbon in the offsets well. So this is overall the depositional environment, the demography of this, the architecture of the reservoirs, and the topography. You can see how the waves and the tidals are influxing between each other. So basically, what makes us to do this thing? So obviously, every time there is a manifesto you do with certain objective, and here we have the objective to add the reserves and the production. So we're realizing that it's a very innovative thing to reassess those areas which has been not seen due to different objectives, and obviously we were able to produce hydrocarbon from these high water saturations areas, and coupling those high water saturations areas with the marginal opportunities that were neglected previously. So we take the steps, de-risking steps in this criteria, and we follow those areas and come up with the better picture at the end of the day. So if you look at those top pictures, the top cross sections we have, the relook the uncertainty to the look forward the certainty. We have a well, K1 well, and you can see here in between the formation we have in the middle part we have some gas saturations you can see here, but a very high water saturation at top and the bottom. So the important thing that makes us to take this project up, the hydrocarbon shows was reported in the K1 wells, very good hydrocarbon shows you can see on the mud log of the K1 well, and then come up with the petrophysical understanding. It was showing the high water saturations. So once we able to identify this will produce hydrocarbon, we another well that was K4 well. So we ultimately come up with very good rates from it without water cut. So we will show you in the next slide how we de-risk those high water saturation areas. So the challenge that we faced, normally it's very debatable topic of low resistivity phase, and obviously to communicate and the technical challenges we face. it's always there, and emphasize on the alignment, integration, and team commitment is a very important, theme to work on it. And obviously, at the end, you need to take the decision with, some technical backgrounds and financial backgrounds as well, because you need to justify at the end of the day it will produce with a very prolific rates. So the first step that we adopted was the de-risking step number 1. We identify that, okay, this is a zone that has been bypassed due to, different objectives of this field. But by the time we see there is a hydrocarbon shows in this particular zone C, sands with a very good fluorescence of 10 to 30% in the cuttings of the drilling samples. So this was the first de-risking criteria. We think that it has a potential. We need to, come up with the technical background, how we can prove this area to be the hydrocarbon rich area. This is the first step. The second step is the petrophysical assessment. We did the petrophysical assessment, and we come to know that it has a very high saturations of water in it. And once we take this to the management, we will perforate and put a money on it. There is always a debate to either it is produce water, it will produce water, so it has a surface setup on the surface to handle those waters. So it has also the feasibility of economics that at that time we were unable to justify. At the very initial stage, we were unable to justify it will, a prolific zone to go and perforate those areas. So we did the petrophysical assessment, and then we carry out 2 certain further assessment. That is, we see the reservoir quality assessment. So we have another well, that is K3 well in the offset area, and we have produced oil from it. So what we did, we just analyzed the reservoir quality in terms of taking the aspect of K3 data, zone 3 data, and K1 data, and the well L1 data. So we just plot those data points, resistivity and the sonic reservoir sonic data on the cross plot, and we see how they are similar to each other. So the cluster that making the K3 and the K1 on the same area. So we got the confident, okay, this has a reservoir quality, and it can further add. It has a deliverability quality. So it will add the fluid if you perforate those areas. So that was our level 2 confidence that satisfy our needs. The last thing that we conducted in de-risking those areas was the picket plot analysis. The saturation profile we need to see. We plotted the saturations that has produced from the K3 well, and along with that, the well that we were investigating at that time, they are colliding. They are just on the same track, 25% of water saturation to 30-40%, and the 50% water saturation column, they are in a similar column. So this also provides the confidence to it has the same type of saturations. Similar type of saturation, not same as compared to the K3 well, because K3 well has a very good producibility and a very low rate of water. If you see the profile of the K3 well, it has a 50% and somewhere it has less than the 50% hydrocarbon saturation. But when we went and perforated those areas in the K3 well, it has produced around 800 barrels of oil. So that provided the confidence that the water that is retaining in the structure of the sediments is intact and is non-movable. So that provided us another opportunity in the level of confidence to de-risk those K1 area of zone 3. So in the result, we able to manage those understanding, and we compel the management to go and perforate, take up this project, because we have another opportunity in this area that if we able to produce this well, then we have another area in the structure we can go and put the well and produce the hydrocarbon. So once all the steps has been done to satisfy our needs in terms of the economics and financial aspect, we perforated and come up with the rates of 8 million of gas and 400 barrel of condensate from it. So since the inception of this perforation until now, it haven't produced any water from it, and produced approximately half of a BCF with the condensate it has. And that particular event encourages to go and further evaluate the remaining structure potential in it, and we tap with putting the K4 well in it, and we have a very good rates in it. So you can see here the production plot of the K1 well, it was producing very marginal rates, and once we perforated those sea sand areas, so we got the ramp up production of around 8 million of gas. And by the time we have conducted the PSP here, it has shows the contribution coming from this particular interval. So both the surveillance has confirmed that the hydrocarbon is coming from this interval, what we have perforated and what we have worked on. So after doing the work on the K1 well, we come up with the understanding that there is another opportunity in these areas that we can tap going up deep in the structure. So what we did, we just planned a well up dip to K1 well, and we drilled those that particular well, and we come up with the rates of around 10 million from this particular interval. And also we have added the further marginal potential in this well at that time, but before that time we were unable to execute those marginal potentials. I will show you up in the next slide why that were difficult to add the marginal potential in it. So here we have added the value from the C sand as well, and you can see here untap those areas that were unforeseen, and bypass phase we have. And every time when you tell the story to the people that the field has been dead, it means field has been dead. But once you think that it has a potential, it has a potential. So you need to come up with the nutshell and think out of the box to come up those understanding and add the value at the end of the day in your portfolio. So this is basically the integration of multiple data set. You can see here the K1 well, we have perforated those areas, and it has a very high water saturation. So what was the reason of the high water saturation in his? You can see here the capillary effect in the faulting induced fracture, because in the downthrown side of the area there were multiple small faults, that some of the faults we were able to map, but some of the faults we were not able to map because they were below the seismic resolution. What has happened in between those areas in the K1 well, you can see here the water drops has encroaches into the reservoir, but it has a prolific gas column zone, and that has the water content goes into the pores and it sits there. So once you go and drill those areas, you will see the higher water saturation, but that was the non-movable water. So it has been produced from the no water has been produced from the K1 well, because it was non-movable at that time, and the most prolific fluid was present, that is in the movable condition, was the gas. So you can see here we have conducted the PSP, the pressure was coming around 1400 psi, and then once we went and make a well, K4 well, it has come up with the 1100 psi above from the pressure that has recorded in the K1 well. So that provides us the confidence that these particular small faults are providing the particular compartmentalization in terms of the communication. So that has concluded our understanding. Those areas due to high water saturation comes in the wells. So further, some of the opportunities were left in this field was we were unable to execute those opportunities. The reason was obviously it has a very low NPV value, very low potential, and obviously a very challenging workover in it. Because it has a very severe level of complexity of casing and pressure casing communication. So the workover was very challenging, and obviously the high workover cost was not justifying the to go for it. So what we did, we just coupled this particular reservoir in the K4 well, and we target that particular well in the K4 well. And obviously why we were unable to tap the whole potential from the existing cable well, because there was a debris fill. We perforated the top zones of in the K1 well, and the debris was found on the deeper sand that was registering the production from the deeper well. And obviously the K1 well has a very less PI, because the partial part, the more than the less partial part was perforated in the K1 well. So that was very risky to go and do the workover. So we added that opportunity and make a very complex trajectory to cope up this remaining potential, the low potential in it. And when we add this potential in the K4 well in the deeper section, so we have perforated those deeper potential, and we produced around 12 million of gas from it. So that was the additional chunk from the marginal opportunity. The second marginal opportunity was the K1 well, in which we have conducted the MDT, and it has shown the gas filtrate, but obviously we cannot do the perforation. It has a very high risk of forming water. So we take this opportunity in the K4 well, going up deep in the structure, and we prove the hydrocarbon in it. So in the future, we are looking like the same zone in the downstream side, another downstream block that is up dip to K3 well. So we are planning another well with the same story. So that will be the another add-up story in the whole scenario we have. So inshallah, next year we will be executing those areas in the form of V1 well. Conclusion, talk about the conclusion. It's a very integrated type of approach. Geoscientists, geologists, geophysics, petroleum engineer, reservoir engineer, all were on the same page. It took a long time to conclude this story, because we were working in the brown field, not in the mature field. And obviously the challenges we have, we face the challenges and the remarkable outcome you can see here. So we have to adopt some innovative techniques to come up with the nutshell and doing the out of the box things to conclude the things. And in the end, it has added the significant value in our portfolio of the reserves and the production as well. So recognizing the dead fields in terms of the latent potential it has, we need to always take up those opportunities high when brown fields are about to come to an end. So in the end, I would like to thanks to my management of United Energy Pakistan Limited. They granted us the data set and the final understanding of our project, and also the team effort we have multiple people in it. I would like to thank all of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. It was a very interesting and valuable project. We have time for one question from the audience. You have a hand raised at the back, please.
Have you conducted lithological analysis?
Yes, we just correlate the offset data in terms of the reservoir quality we have. So we just seen those particular areas in terms of reservoir quality, what areas we have similar in the offset well and in the well that we were investigating.
Sometimes there is chemosite deposit in the reservoir, so that can also cause the resistivity low.
Yes, you are absolutely right, but here in this case we have an offset well and very good history of hydrocarbon presence, and yes, this could be the possibility, but here we have a very less saturations, and the reason I told here due to the capillary forms of going the water into the non-movable phase. So in terms of the presence of the chemosite, this is another aspect, but we don't see anything here like that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Thank you. Our next paper presenter is Ms. Palvasha Shehzad. She has done her bachelor's and MPhil from Punjab University with distinctions. She is currently part of Mari Petroleum in reservoir team. Her topic is continuous modeling of net to gross or novel methodology for accurate hydrocarbon volume calculation in 3D geocellular models. Ji Palvasha.
So, how to open the presentation? Okay. Oh, how can I move it to my, okay, take. So, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. The topic that I brought here today for the discussion is very simple and easy to understand. It has great importance for oil and gas sector as it is related to petroleum initial in place or PIP estimation. So the discussion is about the modeling of continuous NTG net to gross, a novel methodology for realistic hydrocarbon volume calculation in 3D geocellular models. My respected co-authors are Mr. Azaz Hassan, Mr. Kamran Zia, Mr. Saad Saeed Han Jadoon, and Mr. Adil Azim. Now, without any further delay, let's jump to the contents that I will discuss in the presentation. So, first of all, I will give you the bit of background that why we think this technique is important. Then I will put some light on the concept of discrete NTG and continuous NTG. Then I will show you just brief introduction of my study area where the methodology has been implemented and the workflow specifically that we have used for this study. And last but not the least, I will show you the comparison of PIP estimated using the continuous NTG modeling and discrete NTG modeling, and for cross-checking our results, I will compare it with the PIP estimated by the material balance technique, that is P over Z. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my discussion with a statement from the PRSMS guidelines, which states that overall experience shows that the prediction of gross rock volume or GRVs is the primary contributing factor leading to the overestimation of PIP, while the prediction of net to gross value is the second most important factor. So, our research shows that whenever the NTG is treated as a discrete property rather than using it as a continuous property, it always resulted in the overestimation of petroleum initial in place. So, the significance of NTG. So, the significance of NTG become more obvious when we deep dive to the rock fabric at the micro level during the petrophysical interpretation. And here we can see that the clays within the rock lies in the form of structured clay or the dispersed clay. So, realistically speaking, these type of clays should not be considered as a part of reservoir. Here in this figure, the highlighted portion, we can see that we have shaly sands, and the clays that are lying below the cutoff threshold, they are considered as the reservoir part. And these neglected or missed clays are actually the reason behind the overestimation of petroleum initial in place. So, the problem will be discussed in the detail in next slide. So, this slide actually depicts the methodology that addresses the clay within our system, as I discussed in my previous slide, that it is the clays that are basically the culprits behind the overestimation of the petroleum initial in place. This figure is giving us the concept of discrete and the continuous NTG. In the first figure 1a, we can see that we have a clay sand model that is showing the vertical lithological variability. Whereas in the next step, where we incorporated our cutoff of V clay, that is 50%, we can see it is dividing our non-reservoir portion from the reservoir portion that actually do not have, principally can't have potential of taking hydrocarbons. Further going on the next step, we have incorporated the vertical cells to capture the vertical log responses that are basically indicating the synthetic log, and here we can see that the different cells will be used for the 3D grid model. The next two are basically telling us about the concept of discrete NTG and the continuous NTG. Here in this figure, we can see that the NTG that is passing through the cut-off threshold of V clay is considered as the non-reservoir portion and it will be removed. In discrete NTG, what we do is the clays that lie below the V clay cutoff, we always neglect these values. Whereas when we treat the NTG as a continuous property, we see that we do not consider only this part that is over the V clay cutoff. We also consider the V clays or the clay content that are lying below the cutoff of V clay, and we consider it and then we remove it. So it will provide the better picture of the reservoir and it will bring us the more realistic picture of the reservoir. The same phenomena can be seen from the case study. Here it is in the figure on the right side. We can see that we have the clay sands and these clays are lying below the cutoffs. So here the question is how to calculate the continuous NTG. So it is very simple process, and it just consists of 2 steps. First, we have to find the V sand using the V clay log by using this simple equation here mentioned here, and then in the second step we will apply the cutoff of the V sand for finding the NTG continuous. So I will just give you the brief introduction of my study area on where we have applied this methodology. We have lower Indus Basin where the petroleum system is well established, and the lower Goru sands are acting as a good reservoir. Then structurally talking about our area is a 3-way dip closure, the faults are dipping towards northeast and northeast, and this is the whole static modeling methodology that has been adopted for this study, starting from constructing a structural framework, then populating the facies, then modeling the petrophysical properties like V clays and water saturation and porosities, and finally the estimation of PIP using the both NTGs. Now comes to the modeling workflow. So modeling workflow for both the NTGs are same. For continuous NTG, we have upscaled it and then modeled in the whole 3D grid. Whereas for discrete NTG, we have calculated the NTG by using the simple cutoffs, and then we have populated it in the whole grid. Then using both NTG, the continuous NTG and the discrete NTG, we have estimated the PIP, and in the final step, we have compared our PIP with the PIP estimated from the P/Z method. So here in this slide, we can see the 3-dimensional view and the cross-sectional view of both the continuous populated NTG and the discrete NTG populated NTG, and we have used the moving average algorithm for this. So finally come to the results where the PIP estimated from the discrete as well as continuous NTG has been compared, and then we have cross-checked our results by comparing it with the results of the P/Z. That is considered as the more accurate technique for the uniformly depletion drive reservoir. You can see here that the difference in the estimated PIP is very minor. This is because our reservoir area is very small and it is uniform. But the difference will be very huge where we have large reservoir and where we have shaly sands. So at that point, in that case, you will know the importance of using the continuous NTG. Now come to the conclusion that we derived from our following discussion. The discrete NTG causes the overestimation in the PIP. The clay representation in net to gross estimation and population is a critical factor in estimating petroleum initially in place. The continuous NTG is preferable for volumetric estimation in reservoirs having more clays, and our finding reveals that the PIP estimation achieved by modeling NTG as a continuous property demonstrate greater alignment with the P/Z results. So we would like to thank the management of Maadi Petroleum Company Limited for allowing the publication of this paper, and thanks to ATC and PAPG committee for facilitating the publication of this paper. These are the following references that help us in finalizing our novel methodology of continuous NTG modeling. Now the floor is open for question and answers. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you, Ms. Palosha. We have time for a couple of questions.
आप जो है ना डिस्पर्स्ड क्लेस की बात कर रही हैं, लेकिन आपने कहीं भी मिनरोलॉजी एक्सप्लेन नहीं की, क्योंकि डिस्पर्स्ड क्लेस जो होती हैं उनकी परसेंटेज बहुत कम होती है। पेट्रोग्राफी में तो पता चल जाती है, वाइल्ड लाइन लॉग्स में नहीं पता चलती, और फिर वो शेली सैंड्स की क्लासिफिकेशन में भी नहीं आती। तो आप डिस्पर्स्ड क्लेस किस बेसिस पे कह रही हैं उसको?
If I rightly understand your question, आप कह रहे हैं कि डिस्पर्स और क्ले शेल्स में
देखिए, जो क्लेज होंगी ना सैंड्स के अंदर, उसका मैट्रिक्स का पार्ट होगा। मैट्रिक्स का जिस वक्त पार्ट होगा तो वो बाज़ दफ़ा और अक्सर आपके वाइल्डलाइन लॉग्स में उसका पता ही नहीं चलता। और उसकी शेल्स की जो सैंड की जो क्लासिफिकेशन है ना, उसके लिए आपको पेट्रोग्राफी की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। पेट्रोग्राफी के बाद आपको पता चलता है कि क्लेस की टाइप कौन सी है और किस किस्म की है, डिस्पर्स्ड है, यानी ये हमारे साथ आदि में हुआ है। तो आप जब डिस्पर्स्ड क्लेस की बात कर रहे हैं तो उसके अंदर आपकी जो है उसमें मिनरोलॉजी या किसी हवाले से कुछ ना कुछ जो है ना वो होना चाहिए था। तो मैं इसी हवाले से सिर्फ बात करना चाह रहा हूँ।
जी okay, actually he is, I think if I'm rightly understand, you're referring those clays which can be petrophysically derived but you cannot see on the logs. That's your question if I rightly understand, right?
नहीं, पेट्रोग्राफी में देखिए आदि के अंदर सैंड्स हैं, क्योड़ा के अंदर, तोबरा के अंदर हमारे साथ प्रॉब्लम थी। मुझे पता है गुरु के अंदर भी ये प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन मसला ये है कि जो सैंड्स की परसेंट, जब सैंड की पेट्रोग्राफी करते हैं तब आपको पता लगता है कि क्ले की टाइप कौन सी है, ये कॉलोनाइट है, मनमरेलोनाइट है, या कौन सी क्ले है। उसके बाद उसकी परसेंटेज की बेसिस के ऊपर आप उसको करते हैं, या आप स्पेसिफिक आपके लॉग्स हैं जिसकी बेसिस के ऊपर आप उसे डिस्पर्स क्ले या ये जो है ना इस तरह आप उसको एक्सप्लेन कर पाते हैं।
Actually this is not a debate whether मतलब कि we classify these clays. The question is कि there is always shale or clay present in your petrophysical model. How to classify this is another question, and it is inclusively comes under petrophysical domain. We are not discussing that. Actually what we are discussing that most of the time you calculate your B clay or B shale and your petrophysical analysis. Now that is important, whether it should be a part of your reservoir or not. So we are addressing that shale which theoretically speaking should not be the part of your reservoir, and that can possibly contribute in your overestimation of PEP.
And here we are discussing the clays basically that will be shown on the well log. This technique is whole based on the logs.
What they are referring is simply whatever we see in a log. In log yes. acquisition, you have a sandstone, or you have a shale, or you have a limestone. Only 3 types of the rocks you can identify easily. So this paper is addressing the amount of the shale, not the clay minerals. That is a different theoretical and practical understanding. Clay minerals are important if you go for fracking job to understand the elemental presence of kaolinite or mortonite or different type of clay minerals. So they are treating which volume should be excluded from the estimation of the in place when you are calculating the in place sandstone and shale. In the shale, what is clay? They are not discussing those things. That is not the subject of this paper probably.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Saab. I think if there are any questions, they can be taken sideline. So, thank you very much, Ms. Palosha and Azaz.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I requested Rauf to give me 1 minute to say something, which excellent. I have seen some papers yesterday and today as well. Very good research papers. One thing that I would like to tell everybody, especially our youngsters, is that the time when, for example, when I graduated or even afterwards, the relevance time to what you have learned in your degree used to be something like 20 years. It used to stay relevant, and we enjoyed that time. But these days, according to the research, in most of the field, especially the sciences, the relevance time for what you study in your degree in the university is 2.5 years. So what it requires is to keep pace with what is happening in your industry, to continuously look at the advancement in technology, in research, what is happening. This is part of it that we are doing these conferences, but you have to be more vigilant than the people in our times. We enjoyed that, as I said, but there is no time now to leave what is happening in the world and just stay with focus to what you know. So you have to, and the advantage that this generation especially have, which we didn't have, is that they have access to knowledge. We didn't have that, swift access to the knowledge. We have to go to the libraries and all that. So that is an advantage, exploit it to the fullest and be on top of what is happening in the world and come up with new and novel ideas, for it is necessary for progress in any industry and especially in our E&P industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis Sahab, for your great piece of advice. Our next and last presenter of this session is Mr. Ansar Usman. He is specialized in geochemistry and geomechanics. He has 5 years industry experience. Geomechanics is one of the very challenging domains, especially when we are dealing with the wells in the north and in Balochistan. So I hope that Mr. Ansar is contributing into that as well. So his topic for the paper presentation is anisotropy characterization of sambar formation through 3D downhole acoustic tools and oriented core tests. Ji, Mr. Ansar, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we will delve into a significant topic of this industry, which is the anisotropic characterization of the sambar shale through 3D downhole acoustic tools and oriented core results. I would appreciate my co-authors from the OGDCL, Mr. Naveed Hassan, Mr. Shahid Javed, Mr. Asif Ali, and from the Shlamaj, Mr. Anzar Sayyed, Duriya Sharif, and Muhammad Ramzan. So without any further delay, let's embark into this journey together. It's not working. Excuse me, I cannot actually forward the slides. Okay, so let's take a moment to explore the agenda. I will go through in the next couple of minutes. I will begin with a concise introduction of the area and the project at hand, and then I will discuss the results of the acoustic processing and how we have calibrated the core with our logs for mechanical earth modeling and wellbore stability analysis. To summarize, I will wrap up my presentation with the key takeaways in the conclusion segment before expressing my heartfelt acknowledgements. So as we all know that geology plays a critical role in all of the projects. Basically, our subjective well is situated in the middle, in the lower Indus Basin, which is known as the shale gas pilot. And the basin lies in the south of the Madikandkot High. Its eastern boundary is defined by the Indian Shield, and on the western side, it is adjacent to the Indian Plate marginal zones. And in the south, we have the Indus offshore. The area has gone through an extensive extensional regimes during the late Cretaceous when Madagascar was separating from the Indian Plate, which resulted in the form of the host and graben structure that can be seen on the image on the left side. The basin has an extensive history of the depositional environment. In the lower Indus Basin, we have the sediments from Jurassic to the recent age. And the drill well actually was drilled up to the Cretaceous age in the Sambar Formation. And the Sambar Formation here has an average thickness of about 600 meters. And on the image from the right, we can see that the Sambar Formation is mainly the shale with minor sandstone and siltstone beds. The Sambar shale is really critical because for the unconventional prospects, this formation is really important. The unconventional reservoirs are actually consist of a mixture of the mineralogies, predominantly the clays, and these clays will give a lamination structure to these reservoirs as depicted in the cartoon in the image above. In such type of reservoirs, the rock properties will vary vertically, and this type of anisotropy is known as TIV or transverse anisotropy. And for the TIV and such type of media, actually we need the stiffness tensors that have been enlisted in the matrix form. And from these stiffness tensors, we derive the elastic properties, the Young's modulus and Poisson ratio, which are horizontally as well as the vertical. The elastic properties are then utilized to model the horizontal stresses. And one of the things is defining the stress barriers. Yeah? So for example, if we have the higher stress anisotropy, if the anisotropy of the elastic property is high, we will have a high stress barriers, and as a result, the frag will have a lower in height, it will be longer, and it will be thinner as shown in the image in the below in the red colors. Yeah? And vice versa, if we have the low elastic anisotropy, the stress barrier will be low, and it will result in a frag which will have a more height, less length, and it will be wider. And for these tensors, actually what we need is the processed sonic logs. And here we have acquired and processed the sonic scanner in 3D open hole section. And for the basic PNS, we have derived the compressional and the shear slowness from the slowness time coherency and slowness frequency coherency plots, which are shown on the 4 rightmost tracks over here. Okay, to determine the formation type, actually we have generated a plot that is between the VPVS and the compressional slowness, and this analysis indicates that the formation is fast to intermediate, and overall we have a good quality of the sonic data because we have a good coherency as well as from the VPVS and compressional plots, except in few bad hole intervals which are flagged in the form of blue and red colors. For the advanced acoustic processing, actually, we have done the 2D and the 3D anisotropy. In the 2D anisotropy, we have processed the X and Y dipoles and got the shear slownesses, which is the fast and the slow shearness that have been shown under the 2D anisotropic tracks, and drawn the dispersion plots on the two depths which are in the middle. The red is the fast shear slowness and blue is the slow shear slowness. The crossing of these two slownesses actually indicate that we have the anisotropy which is mainly related to stresses. And for the 3D anisotropy, we have done the radial profiling, and the dispersion plots are on most right side. The cyan color is the Stoney shear slowness, and the red one is the fast shear slowness, and the blue one is the slow shear slowness. So in the 3D anisotropy, we got the stiffness constants, C6s, C55, and C44s. And under the tracks of 3D anisotropy, we can see that we have some areas where it is highlighted as yellow. So these are the areas where C6 is higher than the C55 and C44, and it indicates that we have transverse anisotropy. So to minimize the uncertainty of the processing results, actually we have planned a comprehensive core testing plans. And for that, we have utilized already available information like GR, the sonic data, and the thin section description to define the classes based on the cluster analysis. And then we have decided that we will conduct the different core tests like single triaxial, multi-stage triaxial, and the Brazilian test. The results of these tests are actually over here, and what we have seen is on the top left side, we have a plot of Young's modulus static versus the orientation of the bedding. We can see that the Young's modulus value is increasing when we go from vertical to 45 degree and 90 degree. Similar trend is seen in the Poisson ratio as well. We show that there is anisotropy in the Semur formation, and the amount of this anisotropy for the Young's modulus is 45%, and for the Poisson ratio it's 33%. While if we come to the rock strength properties, which is the UCS, we can see that UCS decrease when we move from vertical to 45 degree and to horizontal. And the minimum value is along the 45 angle, because at this specific orientation, the rock will fail along the pre-existing weak planes like the laminations. We have done the comparison of the Thomson parameters, which is the gamma and the epsilon with the other organic rich shales, and we can see our points are actually in the blue. So we have a less anisotropy as compared to the other organic rich shales. So next we will see that how we have used these core results to calibrate our sonic and the other interpretations. In this plot, actually, the blue curves are the pre-core analysis and the blue one are the after-core analysis. We can see that there is a little bit discrepancies because we have to adjust the merge slowness. Previously, it was used 201 and then it was updated. Similarly, the rock mechanical properties, which includes the Young's modulus, Poisson ratio, UCS, friction angle, and tensile strength, they have been calibrated with the core results, and the correlations were derived based on the core results. And overall, we see that we have a fair match. The modeling of the rock mechanical properties is actually done in the mechanical earth modeling. And to build a mechanical earth model, we have to go through a 10-step workflow, which is enlisted over here. In the next few slides, I will just focus on the main workflow parts from 6 to 10, which includes the rock mechanical properties, modeling, horizontal stress modeling, and the failure analysis. Okay, so the model mechanical properties based on the locally developed correlations. Actually, the correlations are mentioned over here. I will just go through the main values that we have got from the histogram. So we have plotted the histograms for the elastic properties as well as for the rock strength properties. And the elastic property shows that for the vertical static Young's modulus, we have an average value of 3.1, and for the horizontal Young's modulus, we have an average value of 4.93. While for the Poisson ratio, for the vertical, we have an average value of 0.24, and for the horizontal Poisson ratio, we have an average value of 0.31. Similarly, on the left side, we have the histograms of the rock strength properties, which includes the UCS on the most left side, which is in green, and the average value is almost 11,000. On the right side, in the yellow, we have the tensile strength, whose average value is almost 1,500, and then on the most right side, we have the friction angle, which has an average value of 24. Our next step was to model the in situ stresses, and in the in situ stresses, the two horizontal stresses were modeled based on the poroelastic equation that have been enlisted over here. Actually, we have uncertainty in the collier pressure, and there was a range. One range was that the collier pressure from the data frag has a gradient of 0.86 psi per feet, and other was that it has a higher value of 0.1 psi per feet. So on the basis of these two values, actually we have established two horizontal stress models, and the average values for the both of the models have been enlisted in the form of the histograms. Okay, so we can see that overall actually what we have is that the stress regime is strictly with some of the components where we have the reverse regime as well. Okay, so the final step was the failure analysis, and in the failure analysis what we do actually, we match that how our model is predicting that the shear failure should occur, and then we calibrate this shear failure with the actual failure that can be seen on the caliper logs. And from this failure analysis and overall calibration of the rock properties and the horizontal stresses, we can see that we have a very well calibrated model. And just to conclude, basically the formation chamber that we have targeted is fast to intermediate type, and it has the anisotropy which is very minimum. The 3D anisotropy results actually show that the gamma value is about 0.3, and the anisotropic parameters like Thomson and gamma are lower as compared to the other organic rich shales. If we talk about the anisotropy, the Young's modulus anisotropy is about 45% for the static Young's modulus, we have the 33%, and the UCS value is actually minimum when the core is oriented at 45 degree. If we talk about the breakdown pressures, we have the breakdown pressures from 17,000 to 21,500 psi, and in the gradient, its value is 1.38 to 2.34 psi per feet. While for the co-layer pressure, we have a range of 10,000 to 13,000 psi, and in the gradient, its value is 0.85 to 1.06. The stress barriers actually that exist into this formation have a range of 600 to 1550 psi. Overall, we have used an integrated approach, and despite the very high breakdown pressures, based on this analysis, we can say that the Sammer formation is a candidate for the fracking, but we have to take considerations during the execution of the job. So at the end, I will actually extend my gratitude to the management of the OGDCL and Schlumberger to share the findings with all of you. So that's all from my side. If you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, Hassan. You have finished very well in time, so we have now time for a few questions.
Thank you, sir. It's a good presentation. You have a breakdown pressure around 10,000?
17,000.
17,000. Actually, I have a question with Dr. Saab. Dr. Saab, you are leading a shale gas team, and what you think that this kind of high pressure you can frac possibility?
Okay, so do you want to answer from Dr. Saab or from my side?
Dr. Saab is also leading a
I think you should answer, then I will make a comment.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. Actually, this is achievable because we have already fracked 2 stages, yeah, and the pressure value that is coming from the data frac. So it's mean that we have already fracked, so it's possible, yeah.
I think yes, the best thing is that the rock has been fracked. The most important thing, I'm so happy to see the results you have shown. Yesterday we have one frac job and they were not even showing the breakdown pressure and blah, blah, blah. So this conference and these papers are for knowledge sharing and for the benefit of the other companies.
Sure.
Now when people will be doing a sample formation, they should know what kind of well jewelry they should have it, what cement they should have it, what kind of casing they should have it, because now you have shown us their breakdown pressure is from 10,000 to 17 to 21,000. So I will request all the colleagues here now, and people are hesitant to share their actual data. Nobody is stealing anything from us. अब इस सैम्बर को कौन लेके जाएगा यार? सैम्बर तो हमारे पास ही रहेगी, किरथर का ब्लॉक किरथर वालों के पास रहेगा, माड़ी का ब्लॉक माड़ी के पास रहेगा, उस पोरोसिटी को, उस परमिबिलिटी को, उस प्रेशर को कौन लेके जाएगा? तो ये हमारे अंदर एक अनफॉर्चुनेट सिचुएशन है कि हम इस सिक्रेसी को इतना ख़राब कर रहे हैं, और इस सिक्रेसी की वजह से कमर्शियल इशू ठीक है, उसको आप टच ना करें जो कमर्शियल है, लेकिन जो रॉक प्रॉपर्टीज़ है, जो साइंस है, जो इंजीनियरिंग एक्सपीरियंस है, खुदा के लिए ये शेयर करें ताकि इट विल हेल्प अदर पीपल नॉट टू मेक दोज मिस्टेक विच वी हैव मेड. तो आपका आंसर तो उसने दे दिया कि वी हैव फ्रैक द रॉक, सो फ्रैकिंग इज पॉसिबल बिकॉज देयर इज नो इशू विद fracking. Basically control mineralogy as well as the pressure. If you got a good motor, good pressure, so you can frack it even whatever you like to go, but casing and cement should be ideally very good. And you should know what is bursting and collapsing pressure of your casing, so that, and similar packer and well at both, 4 things are important to go for fracture job. Very good, thank you very much. It's a good paper and very good guideline for the people who are working for the shale. Thank you very much.
I think we have one question back there.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. Nice presentation. My question is, what were your principal stress magnitudes and directions in this area?
Actually, the magnitude, let me just go through. Okay, so.
Just give a range.
Okay, the range was actually from 15,000, yeah. For the minimum one, let me just go actually the exact slide. Okay, so actually on the left side we have the histograms showing the magnitudes of the horizontal stress area. So for example, if we say for case 1, we see that the minimum horizontal stress value average is almost 11,000 here, and for the case 2 it's almost 12 to 13,000.
And did you see any sort of rotations within the stresses throughout the formations, or it was homogeneous stress throughout the well or the formation?
Actually, the stress rotation was there a little bit along the fault, yeah, because one of the fault was there in the well bore, yeah. So in the vicinity of the fault, there was a little bit stress rotation, but overall, it's almost similar, yeah. And its value was, if I can recall, it was 270.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Can you just share, what was the pore pressure for this study? Pore pressure.
Pore pressure? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so, any issues? Okay. So for example, in this track, we have the pore pressure area. Over here, the blue one, if you can see now.
So in PSI it was close to 10,000 PSI?
Sorry?
So it was around 10,000 PSI,
yes,
if I can see.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
I think we have no more questions. At the closing end, I would like to extend what Dr. Saeed Jadoon was mentioning, that availability of data, especially data secrecy and the data coming to public domain, is one of the main hindrances in the R&D and the research and the progress. I've seen many students coming for PhD research, and they were giving a very small area for research. So if they are not available or made available with sufficient data, how can they research and how they can learn and add value into that? So Dr. Saab, I think this should be taken at ministry level, that we know that in Canada, the data is public after 1 year, and the most of the research is happening there, and we just follow them. So if the data is available, I think that can add a lot of value, especially the challenges that we are now thinking to open tight gas and the shale gas venue. So it won't be easy if we don't have data available with us. So Francis Saab, any last remarks before we close the session?
Yeah, you have given me the mic again, and I will take the advantage of this 1 minute and share with you something which may not be very much relevant to what we have been discussing, but it is very much relevant to all of us at this time that we are passing through. I was in a inauguration ceremony at Qaid-e-Azam University about 2 weeks ago for a Center of Excellence in Earth Science Department, and there was a lot of Chinese people, including Chinese ambassador, and everyone was there. And the Vice Chancellor of the university used that occasion to highlight what is the most burning issue in the world at this time. And then he also thanked the Chinese ambassador and other people for helping the cause of the humanitarian cause of the people in Gaza in the General Assembly of the United Nations. I went to Karachi last week. There was a woman festival. In that woman festival, they have made sure that they invited an organization with the name Al-Khidmat over there to highlight what is happening in Gaza and collect the donations over there. I am not sure, maybe in the concluding remarks or concluding session, the the organizers may have put some resolution or something. If not, we should do that at least. So this is something that I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one comments about Rauf, आपने जो बात बताई है डेटा की, particularly ये शेल के लिए मेरा एक इंटरव्यू पीछे न्यूज़ में पब्लिश हुआ, उसमें the objective of this well, pilot well, is to pave a way for the investor to know what is the type of the shale and what is the productivity. At the moment, we are unable to know कि shale is productive or not. अभी इस टेस्ट से हमें बहुत अच्छी एक्सपीरियंस हुआ है, गैस फ्लोज भी और 3-4 महीने हमने गैस फ्लो कराई है इस वेल में फ्रैकिंग के बाद. दैट इंडिकेटेड कि शेल इन पाकिस्तान इज़ ए प्रोड्यूसेबल, फ्रैकेबल और इसके प्रेशर भी आ गए हैं. जहाँ तक डेटा गया है कि डेटा सिर्फ 2 इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ों की वजह से लोग डेटा नहीं देता है. एक पेपर में बहुत पहले एक दफ़ा एक कंपनी ने पेपर पब्लिश किया और उसके रिजल्ट्स की इशू हो गए थे. सपोज एक फील्ड है जिसमें आप NTG बता देते हैं, थिकनेस बता देते हैं, एरिया बता देते हैं, रॉक बता देते हैं, तो लड़के जब पेपर या थीसिस लिखते हैं उसमें उसके वॉल्यूम कैलकुलेट कर देते हैं. आपने अपनी कंपनी के बुक की हुई है रिजर्व्स एट दी स्टॉक मार्केट पे. सपोज यू हैव बुक्ड यू रिजर्व 20 million एंड स्टूडेंट्स कम अप विद द नंबर्स 15 million, then there is a controversy rises on the stock market and their shareholder. That is why most of the company does not like to provide them a particular data that can people can calculate reserves are in place. So apart from that area, other rock property data should be given to the students, like a seismic section they should have it, and similarly those fields which has been developed already, rock properties, particularly with respect to the geomechanics, that should be shared with data so that people can understand. However, what we can do is that sometimes we provide the data to the students by name of X field in Potwar region, in Kohat Basin, in Lower Goru Indus Basin. So in this case, people can work and write and present their paper. So that is the only sensitivity when you're dealing with commercial reserves or commercial field which is on production, and the company who are on stock exchange market. So that is why people are a little bit hesitant. Thank you.
Dr. Saab, on continuation of what you just said, and the last paper, it is relevant to this discussion. We should just emphasize, yes, there is work going on in the background for the shale gas. What is on the table right now is the tight gas policy. And the people who are, if in the audience there are some people from the ministry, if not, this has to be emphasized that it is too late now. We have a discussion in the last couple of months. This policy has to come now. Yeah.
वो जो हमने अपने think tank से कल दिया तो it is with the ministry already. Or yes, yesterday I got a call from the DGPC as well. I have sent those policy again to the ministry, so they are working on it. I hope it will be covered very soon. And there is an amendment basically in tight gas policy with respect to the incentive, like 40% extra cost people will be getting if there is a tight gas reservoir. So that is a great incentive. The other thing is that every well don't have to be certified like this. So there are few issues which we addressed, and we have compiled that policy, and I have sent to the Additional Secretary of Petroleum. Now it is with DGPC, so they are working on it. I hope it will be, inshallah, very soon it will be done. Thank you.
Inshallah. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much. As we are nearing to conclude this session, I would like to thank the session chairs for their valuable input and their time. Thank you very much, sir. It was an honor having you both of you over here and listening to your very precious insights. Especially Farazat Saab, we are very much humbled by your what you have said about Gaza, and we are sure that we would like to highlight it at the end of this meeting or this conference, also in the ending ceremony. So I would now like all the participants who have presented along with the co-authors to please line up so that we can have the shield distribution ceremony. So I would like both our chairs to please stand up, and so from the first group I would like Mr. Zubair along with his team, which include Ms. Sairish Bibi, Ms. Madiha Ali, Adil Javed and Ms. Ramsha Rauf, to please come on the stage and collect your shields from the honorable chairpersons. Mr. Zubair. Ms. Sairish Bibi. Ms. Madiha Ali. Mr. Adil Javed and Ms. Ramsha Rauf. So we'll be moving on to the next group. I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Hassan Ali Ahmed Khan along with this team to please come on the stage and collect your shields. So Mr. Hassan Ahmed Khan, please have a round of applause for him because these guys are working really hard. I would like to invite Ms. Aisha Beg, Tajammul Khan, Saddam Hussain and Hafiz M. Arsalanullah. If they are present, they can please come and collect the shields. Okay, moving toward the next group, I would like to invite Ms. Palvasha Shahzad Rathore along with her team to please collect your shields. The team includes Mr. Kamran Zia, Mr. Azaz Hassan, Mr. Saad Saeedullah Jadoon, and Mr. Adil Azim. Okay, the team's here, so please have a round of applause for the team. They have presented a very nice paper, and your applause means appreciation for them. Okay, so moving toward group 4, I would like Mr. Ansar Usman and his team to please come on the stage and collect your trophies. The team includes Mr. Shahid Javed, Mr. Muhammad Ramzan, Mr. Naveed Ahmed, and Ms. Duriya Sharif. So I would like all of you to please come on the stage and collect your shields. Please have a round of applause for them. Because just think as a presenter that when a person presents his research work in front of a crowd, so your applause means a lot to that person. It encourages that person to do more, strive more. So please have a round of applause for all these people. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Ibrahim and Mr. Haider Ali Shah on the stage to present the shields of honor to our esteemed chairpersons. Mr. Haider Ali Shah will be presenting the shield to Sayyid Farasat Shah Sahab, and Ibrahim Sahab will be presenting the shield to Abdul Rauf Sahab sir. So please once again a round of applause for our esteemed chairpersons. Before I close this session, the next session will be was scheduled at 11, but we'll be shifting it around 11:20 so that you guys can have a tea break. I would also like to reiterate on one thing, that if you have any suggestion for the betterment of this, you can say technical sessions which we are conducting. So I would like you to visit the PAPG booth and please register your you can say suggestions, valuable suggestions, so that we can keep them in our mind while arranging the next sessions. So it would be very nice if you go to the PAPG booth and please tell us that how can we make these technical sessions more better and more engrossing so that we can have more viewers and we can more people can benefit from it, because this is a technical conference and I would love to have more audience in the technical conference rather in the, you can say, outer gallery. Thank you very much. The next session will be at 11:20. be seated so that we can start the session. For what? I would like to invite our esteemed chairpersons, Mr. Shafat Alam and Mr. Farooq Saghir, to please come on the stage. Please have a round of applause for them. I would like to have a brief introduction of both our esteemed chairpersons. I will start from Mr. Shafat Alam. Mr. Shafat Alam did his MSc in Geophysics from Quaid-e-Azam University and thereafter joined PPL in 1990. Later, he worked for Lasmo Oil, that is ENI Pakistan, Petronas Karagali Pakistan, and Mari Petroleum Company Limited in different capacities. In 2013, he rejoined PPL and looked after overseas blocks. He has vast experience of over 32 years in analyzing onshore and offshore seismic and well data sets, and has many hydrocarbon discoveries as feather in his cap. Presently, Mr. Shafat Alam is working as Senior Manager Exploration in ST and SS in PPL, providing prudent support to the assets in satisfying the work commitments. It's an honor to have you here, Mr. Shafat Sahab. I'll now go through the profile of Mr. Farooq Saghir. Mr. Farooq Saghir is a business and technical leader working as ED Exploration in OGDCL. He has extensive oil and gas upstream industry experience, recognized for demonstrating a natural aptitude for business solutions as well as for creating innovative exploration, development, and operations programs in the most complex and challenging geological and operational settings. Over the years, he has made significant contribution to several multi-billion-dollar upstream projects in North America, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, Middle East, and Europe. He holds a proven and verifiable track record of contributing to company expansion and growth through quality delivery. Professional achievements include leading technology innovation, portfolio management, business strategies, new business development, acquisitions, divestments, front-end development, geosciences excellence, sourcing, stakeholder relationships, technical program implementation, contracting and procurement strategies, quality decision, risk management, and HSC for upstream business. Mr. Farooq has a master's degree in petroleum geoscience from Karachi University, Pakistan, and a master's degree in project management from Curtin University, Perth, Australia. It's indeed an honor to have you here, Mr. Farooq. So, before I hand over it to the esteemed chairpersons, again, we'll be having 3 presentations in this session. The time limit for the presentation is 20 minutes. And after the 15 minutes, you will be given a warning by the bell, which means that you have to conclude it within 5 minutes. So as there will be 3 to 4 questions for each group after that. But you have to ensure that you have to complete it in time. So I'll be handing over it to our esteemed chairpersons. Sir, over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. We will start the session with the first paper from Asad Taimur. Asad Taimur is currently associated with Geoscience Services team at LMKR as geoscientist. He has a master's degree in geophysics from National Center of Excellence in Geology, Peshawar. His area of expertise in seismic interpretation, QI,
and open hole log analysis. He's also involved in day-to-day integration geoscience studies related to his tasks. Please welcome Asad Taimur for the paper.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies, gentlemen, good morning. Building upon the phenomenal technical sessions that we've had so far, I'll be talking about carbon storage, one of the hottest topics in our industry today. Now, we've tailored this study to create synergy between spatially driven surface screening and machine learning based subsurface characterization for carbon containment. First and foremost, I'll set the stage with the rationale. I'll touch upon 3 success stories from around the globe. Then we'll track back to Pakistan, where I'll discuss a CCS-centric geological context. In continuum, I'll steer you through the methodology for spatial screening and reservoir characterization. Then I'll discuss the results and conclude the presentation with some recommendations for a way forward. Now, climate change is a reality, and unfortunately, Pakistan is amongst the top 10 countries which is affected by extreme climatic events. And this is kind of ironic because we contribute to less than 1% of global carbon emissions. However, the UNFCCC, in collaboration with European Union and other stakeholders, has created a carbon trading system under the ambit of climate markets, which is on the verge of implementation globally. So how it works is that we store some carbon and we gain some credits for that, and we can trade them with other countries which are having a hard time offsetting their carbon footprint. Another obvious advantage is that wherever we get this carbon from, particularly the industrial areas, we're going to be improving the local ecosystem and the air quality, which is a big problem here in Pakistan. Since we've not had this implemented in Pakistan yet, so surface screening and subsurface characterization integrated together will be a step in the right direction for the subsequent policy synthesis and implementation. Globally, carbon capture is a mature technology. It's controlled, and it's been going on for a while now. The first ever commercial project was the Sleipner CCS in the North Sea. It's been running since 1996 and has a storage capacity of 0.9 megatons of carbon per year. The Petronova CCS is in the US. It's relatively recent. It got implemented in 2016 with a size of 1.4 megatons of carbon. The Quest CCS in Canada, it has a size of up to 1.2 megatons of carbon storage per year, but this is onshore, and the Petronova is also onshore. Now, you might notice here that all of these projects have different sources of carbon, which highlights the versatility of this technology. Let's re-navigate to Pakistan. So in line with global best practices, whenever we're planning to do a CCS project, we have some key, let's say, a criteria to do that. So we look for deep-seated reservoirs. I wouldn't want the carbon to be anywhere near my shallow subsurface aquifers. We look for structural geometries which are conducive to carbon containment. Then we look for mature oil patches. The first advantage is that usually the mature fields have wells which are depleting or near depletion or are depleted. And the second advantage is that we are quite familiar with the depositional extent of our reservoir, its internal architecture, and the structuration in that area, because we have a wealth of studies there. This also kills the cost for further acquisitions to the operator. Now, we have a two-step methodology. And, oh, wait, one more thing. So yeah, based on these criteria, we chose the Potwar Plateau, and the oil fields of the southern Potwar deformed zone seem like a good place to start investigating. Now, we have a two-step methodology. In the first step, we identified key carbon-centric indices and mapped them on the Portwal plateau. After we mapped them, we stitched them together through a weighted overlay map before our final site suitability analysis as a final step. In the second phase, we performed the reservoir characterization. We resolved our frequencies, our seismic to its frequencies through continuous failure transform, which is compute efficient and provides better results than the traditional Fourier transform. Now that we have our seismic, we need, since we're dealing with a carbonate reservoir here, so we estimate the dolomitic volume and the porosities. Now that we have our seismic and well properties, we link them together through neural networks, which has the advantage of predicting our well properties on the seismic. As a final step, once we have our zones of interest, we perform a volumetric estimation, which is theoretical in nature because this is kind of the first study here, so we just have to have an idea of how much carbon can be contained. We have some promising results here. The albedo index, which is one of the spatial indices, is basically the measure of how much solar radiation can be absorbed by the surface. The suitable range for this is 0 to 1, and okay, if you can see the red rectangle, we have screened that area in that red triangle. Then we would want to have lower initial surface temperatures. We have the surface temperature map. The slope and elevation link directly to the soil stability, which is important to keep the carbon in the subsurface in case it leaks. So we have the slope map is mostly green, which is good news because this represents a gentle basinal slope. The elevation map shows, we've highlighted it in red again. I'm sorry, I don't have the pointer here, but so we have less variation in the elevation, and we have a gentle basinal slope. So this is very conducive to our intended use. For long-term monitoring, the sulfur dioxide content is also a key indicator. Now, we would want to have minimal initial sulfur dioxide content on the surface, because in case the carbon leaks and reaches the surface, these two mixed together can cause a catastrophe in terms of poisoning the local ecosystem. Now we stitched all our maps into this some overlay map, and we've segregated this into good carbon storage site, average site, and poor site. So our study area, which is in the vicinity of the southern Portwal deformed zone oil patch, is in the good carbon storage site. So this concludes that that the oil fields within the SPDZ, the southern Portwal deformed zone, are conducive to carbon storage. Now let's have a look at the reservoir characterization part. So first of all, on the right-hand side, we resolved our seismic into its real, imaginary, and magnitude frequencies through the continuous wavelet transform. We estimated our well properties, so we can see that we have a dolomitic zone in the top and the bottom part of the Eocene carbonate, and we linked these two together through the neural networks. Once linked, we matched the dolomitic volume on the right hand. On the left hand side, we have the dolomitic volume, which shows good correlation with the frequencies of our seismic, and the neural network has beautifully predicted our zones of interest in red in the maps below. So the left hand map represents the top part of our carbonate, and the right map represents the bottom part of our carbonate. On the right hand side, we have our porosity, which has a decent match with our seismically driven frequencies. And again, we can see the effectivity of using machine learning, that it has populated our seismic grid with higher porosity areas. Now that we have our zones of interest, so now that we have our zones of interest, we use our depth map to take the area, and we have an area of around 30 square kilometers, and we modify the traditional volumetrics equation to suit our needs, because we are trying to inject carbon back into the reservoir, so we don't want the movable part, rather we want the connate water. So our estimation results in a storage capacity of 4.31 megatons of carbon. Now, these are very preliminary results, and the more data we feed to our neural networks, our results will improve. So, lastly, I would like to conclude this presentation with some recommendations. Now we've seen the effectivity of remote sensing methods. They can play a good role in carbon screening phase. It is recommended that index mapping be done periodically so that we can assess the surface variations over a period of time. Deep reservoirs, they are good for carbon storage because they offset the chance of carbon leakage and contamination with the surface aquifers. Carbonates do have the possibility of being good reservoirs, because particularly when they are dolomitized, because intraformational porosity contrast can act as a flow barrier for carbon. As a way forward, oil and gas fields and industrial complexes have to cooperate, because there's one segment of capture and then there's the other segment of storage. So we have the storage facilities well set in, but the capture part is currently missing on the landscape. So we would appreciate if there could be a good collaboration between the industrial sites and the oil and gas operators. Policy formulation in this regard is critical at this stage, particularly when there's a global push towards climate change and offsetting carbon. So we have to link our the carbon that we offset or contain to the carbon credit, so that we can gain some meaningful revenue for our government. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the Directorate General of Petroleum Concessions for the dataset used in the study. We are grateful to our management, and we also acknowledge our technology partners, Esri, for the software used in the study. And this concludes the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Asad Taimur, for presenting the CCS in a case where you have quantified the storage capacity in dolomites. And also identifying the requirement of the policy which is needed for the CCS in Pakistan and carbon credit as well. Let me ask a first question, and then we'll open a floor for the audience. My question will be that the biggest challenge for CCS around the world is the containment. So did some work on the seal capacity or capillary entry pressures for the seals as well? That might be one of the challenges in the CC at the moment, yeah.
Well, we have the Murray shales on top of our Eocene carbonate, so they are good reservoirs. We haven't particularly worked in this direction because we've had plenty of research published already. So we wanted to drive you through the reservoir characterization strategy. So we will look into it as well.
Thank you. So now I will open the floor for the question answers, and please start with your introduction and your question, please.
This is Dr. Shabir Aman from OGDCL. Mr. Taimur, you have presented on one of the biggest mission of the world, that is decarbonization and reduction of the carbon dioxide. Ultimately, it is threatening rising temperature and this. You have shown feasibility in northern Pakistan. There is geological feasibility. So should we think about the source of CO2? Likewise, I am thinking gas fields which are nearby paleo highs are emitting or contributing more percentage of CO2. So we should think, we should have feasibility nearby these sources.
Yes. Yeah, this is about the capture market. So basically, we need to have enough carbon to make it commercially feasible. So if those fields are producing enough carbon and it's high they're producing, then definitely I think this is worthwhile. And if we include our industrial complexes as well, then I believe this is a very, very good avenue to work.
Adding to Dr. Saab, basically this is a pilot study, you can say, and we have to see both the sides. Where is the source of the carbon and where we can utilize it as a reservoir to dump that carbon in a particular reservoir. So initially we think that a depleting reservoir would be best where we can dump that one. And that's why basically in order to keep the different views in our mind, we fix this particular story.
Yes, yes, it's a part of sustainable development goals towards the renewable and clean energies, and this is one of the good idea. And in next presentation, we will also present on such aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Okay, I am Farasat Shah, Director Exploration at MOL, Pakistan. My question, maybe a subsequent question, will be related to what Dr. Saab has just asked, the first question. I just want a little explanation of when you initially mentioned some factors that will determine the suitability of any area for this kind of work. You mentioned something related to the solar energy. That was, is it something?
Solar radiation.
So is it similar like solar irradiance index or solar absorption?
Yeah, solar,
It's
exactly.
the same thing.
Yes.
So in that case, the most suitable area where the solar irradiance index in Pakistan is available is Balochistan.
Yes.
It is like 6 and above.
Agreed.
So, and the gas fields, many of them are also over there.
Yes.
So, you know the question, you can answer.
Basically, sir, we were working on in an area where we have developed already seismic and subsurface information available at a maximum level. So keeping that particular in mind, because Balochistan is under development and we have to study the reservoir portion, seal portion in depth, and maximum data should be available to analyze those things. So basically that's why, and the second thing is the data we utilize here, that was only available for this particular site, by keeping in view that this is a depleted formation and near to deplete field. That's why, and the data, maximum data set was available, and our technology can work by utilizing two-layer methodology. That's we focus here, and your approach is quite okay, that area would be the future possibility where we could extend our study to those areas of Balochistan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have 2 more minutes, and we can take one more question if there is any. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Farooq Shehzad from GHPL. This is a really wonderful article and study and good presentation. Just my question regarding the commercial feasibility of this project in future. So is there any sort of references available to show that this would be a commercially feasible with respect to Pakistan specifically? Thank you.
So basically, we cannot ascertain that as because currently we don't have a capture market, because there are 2 parts to this. One, we have to capture it. Second, we have to inject it. So we have shown you a workflow for, like, the reservoir characterization flow, that it is possible to do it in Pakistan and we can gain some meaningful revenue. But again, we have to look into the capture market, and if there is no capture market, then we have to create it for this. So we have to look into the economics for that, and so it needs some working to do.
And lastly, we have recommendation that there should be a policy making body that should focus on the rest of the part. Basically, we are geoscientists and we have done our part. and that should be the other party that have to develop this policy, making suggestions and etc. And that would. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. This will conclude their paper, and we will announce the next paper.
Next paper is by Mr. Waqas Habib, and the co-author is Dr. Adil Nadir as well, who will be coming on the stage to present it. But I have the introduction of Mr. Waqas Habib, the main author here. Mr. Waqas Habib is MPhil in Geophysics from Qaeda University, Islamabad. He has diverse experience of more than 17 years in oil and gas industry, from seismic data management to seismic data acquisition and seismic data quality control. He is also experienced in on-site processing of 2D and 3D seismic data. He is currently working in Geophysical Division of Exploration Department in OGDCL as Senior Geophysicist. He is also PhD scholar, and his PhD research is on carbon capture and storage in geological sites. He has presented his work in many national and international conferences and workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome both of the gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Session Chair, for the nice introduction. Today I am going to present one of the global mission of the world, which is the reduction of carbon dioxide. As the increasing level of carbon dioxide is the life-threatening for both onshore and onshore. So, these are the contents of our presentation. We have divided our presentation into two parts. In the first part, we will discuss the greenhouse effects and greenhouse gases in relation with the UNO's Sustainable Development Goals, significance of Paris Agreement, net zero carbon emissions, and role of geoscientists and how they can play their role in energy transition. And in the second part, we will discuss the geological model and carbon capture and sequestration. So greenhouse gases are basically referred to those gases that results in trapping of the heat into the atmosphere, which ultimately results in increasing of temperature of the Earth and as a globe. There are different greenhouse gases, but the major portion is by carbon dioxide, which is taking 76% of the greenhouse gases, followed by methane and nitrogen oxide. This is a temperature anomaly map. Here we can see that as far by 2020, we have already 1 degree centigrade rise in temperature as compared to the pre-industrial level. This rise in temperature will result into the melting ice caps in the Antarctic portion, and almost 149 gigaton of ice sheets has been melting every year, which ultimately results in rising of the sea levels, and it's a major threat for life. This is how the greenhouse gases effects, and this is greenhouse gases phenomenon. The sunlight that coming from to the Earth, most of the light reflected back into the space. But if the content of carbon dioxide and other natural gases are high there, these heat are being trapped into the atmosphere, and it will result in the increase in the temperature. Therefore, the United Nations has developed his own 17 goals, and the goal of the United Nations are, many of them are related to energy transition, energy and climate issues. And the goal is also to mitigate this climate crisis by 2030 and getting the peak of these emissions as soon as possible. This is the Paris Agreement, which was concluded in 2015. And this is a binding and legal obligation on many countries. It's almost 196 countries who are the signatory of the Paris Agreement. And Pakistan is one of the signatory country of the Paris Agreement. So it's the legal obligation, you can say that. And it says that every 5 years, every country must have to communicate their nationally determined contributions, and they must show their achievement, their progress in relation to mitigation of the climate change. And for first NDC was in 2020, and the next will come in 2025. And finally, it goes to up to 2050 with the goal to achieve net zero carbon emissions. And here we can see that between 2020 and 2023, there was a global stocktake, and the global stocktake are the basically progress or the assessment of every nation. So it is necessary to have the ambitious targets and to have more realistic targets in NDCs. And here in the right side of the picture, it shows that if the current policies are not favorable in the sense, and there is a report that if we keep on using fossil fuels and same emissions are going on, then the temperature of the earth will rise by 4 degrees centigrade by 2100. And some reports also suggest that even it can happen earlier than that. So the current policies, if we go on with the current policies, then the temperature will rise by 3.5 degrees centigrade. Governments all over the world are trying to mitigate this effect, but that is also not favorable. And if these effects, if these efforts are going, then even we can only cut 3.2 degrees centigrade. Where the Paris Agreement, Article 2 says that we have to achieve the 2 degrees centigrade and most preferably 1.5 degrees centigrade. So there is a progress gap. It means much have to be needed to emissions. This is how to align fuel production and consumption. There was a debate after Paris Agreement. Most of the nation debates that how can we quickly switch from fossil fuels to new renewable energy resources. So there was the Talanoa dialogue. The purpose of that dialogue was to facilitate the governments, the stakeholders and policy makers to they can switch swift transition of the energy. These are the NDCs, and these are NDCs of the Pakistan. And here we can see that the Pakistan intends to reduce its emission by 50% by 2030. And it can only be done, and 15% of the reduction will be done by the country's own resources, whereas the rest of the 35% emissions will be reduced, which will be subject to the foreign support or foreign aid. But the 15% reduction is still in our end, So, and how can we achieve that? Therefore, can be only achieved to switch from fossil fuel energy to renewable energy resources. So Pakistan intends to switch from by 2030 to 60% renewable energy sources and 30% electrical vehicle. So this is a global emissions of carbon dioxide. And here's a map of the world which shows that the major contributor in global emission of carbon dioxide is China, followed by United States, then India and Russia. These are the top 10 carbon dioxide emitters in the world, with China on the rank number 1 and South Korea on the 2, South Korea on the 10. And Pakistan ranks at 28 in carbon dioxide emissions. Here we can say that the top 4 or 5 major countries producing carbon dioxide, they produce more than 60% carbon dioxide of the world. And emissions of Pakistan are not much, but still we need to follow the NDCs that we have committed from Paris Agreement. And right side figure shows that the major emitters are the coal, and coal is contributing 87% of carbon dioxide, followed by oil and gas. These are the territorial emissions of Pakistan, which shows that majority of the carbon dioxide are producing from the oil fields, and then gas and coal are also contributing. This is the very interesting slide. It shows the carbon dioxide emissions that can be used commercially, if they can be used commercially. By 2011, 50 million ton of carbon dioxide could be used as the in different industries. But latest report says that the consumption is increased by 280 million ton per annum. And
but it is less than 1% from the total carbon dioxide emission. Less than 1%.
Yes, but we have also not much sequestration capacity as well. The world is only sequestrated carbon dioxide about 40 million per ton annually. So 280 million per ton carbon dioxide, if you utilize, that is a thing to mention. There was an article published in American Journal which shows that the geoscientists will be backbone of the energy transition, and they mentioned that the skill required for the oil industry and skill required for the geoscientist can be used in diverse industries and diverse categories. Here is the poster which was published in Geological Society of London, and they have linked the role of geophysics with the Sustainable Development Goals which was set by UNO. And here carbon capture and storage. Here is carbon capture and storage is one of them, and other energy storage, gas, hydrogen, because it is known that geoscience is only for oil and gas industry, but this poster shows that there are diversity in geoscience, and this diversity we need it because the fossil fuels are going to deplete, and the effects of the fossil fuels on the climate has to be reduced. This is the role of geoscientist, and it shows from the left that the petroleum system and right on the pressure system, it shows that no other extra skills or expertise are needed for geoscientists to work in CCS industry. For example, in petroleum system, we have first to define or find out the sedimentary basins. Then we will have petroleum system, then petroleum play, prospect, and then we drill oil or gas well for that is commercial. But in pressure system, this is an analogy. There is a similarity between these two systems. We have to first find sedimentary basin, then there was petroleum system, but here is a pressure system. Then we will have a container play and prospect, and again the site for the safe storage of the carbon.
प्रैक्टिकली असल में जब आप कार्बन स्टोरेज की तरफ जाते हैं तो उसमें असल में आपको प्रेशर के साथ गैस को इंजेक्ट करना है किसी पोरस रॉक पे, तो दैट्स वाई दे कॉल इट एज अ जियोलॉजिस्ट और जियोफिजिस्ट एज अ प्रेशर इंजीनियर, और द सिस्टम डिफाइंड बाय देम दे कॉल इट एज अ प्रेशर सिस्टम, नथिंग एल्स. दोनों चीज़ें तकरीबन ऑलमोस्ट सेम है.
Now this is the geological part of the carbon sequestration, and Mr. Adil will present.
अच्छा जी, आप यहाँ पे अगर ये नक्शा देखें तो इसमें एक तरफ जो है ऊपर चाइना है, एक तरफ इंडिया है और एक तरफ ईरान है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं यहाँ पे एक वर्ड इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ डेपो सेंटर था कि ये जियोलॉजिकल टर्म है, लेकिन पाकिस्तान जो है इन तमाम की पोल्यूशन के लिए डेपो सेंटर है. कैसे? आप ये देखें, ये जो आपका अरेबियन सी है ना, ये वेस्टर्न घाट्स के अलॉन्ग जो है ये नीचे तक जा रहा है, और जब हवा आपकी उठती है वो उसके साथ टकराती है और उसके बाद ये वेस्ट टुवर्ड पाकिस्तान ट्रैवल करेगी. दूसरी तरफ बांग्लादेश है, बांग्लादेश में चूँकि सारा प्लेनर एरिया है और हवा को मूव करने के लिए उसके लिए लाजमी है कि उसको कहीं ना कहीं एक असल में जो प्रिंसिपल है ना आपका मूनसून्स का, वो स्लोप के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट है, रीजनल स्लोप के ऊपर, जो आपकी सी लेवल से टुवर्ड आपके हिली टेरेन की तरफ मूव करता है, और वही बैरियर है। तो वो बैरियर कुदरत की तरफ से कुछ ऐसा सेट हुआ है कि जो आपका बे ऑफ बंगाल से हवा उठेगी, वो ऊपर हिमालय को टकराएगी और फिर टुवर्ड वेस्ट जो है वो ट्रैवल करेगी। लिहाजा वो तमाम कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो कि इंडिया एक्यूमुलेट करेगा, उसका सारी की सारी वो एक्यूमुलेट आपके पाकिस्तान में होंगी। इसी तरह ईरान जो है वो नंबर 8 पे है। ईरान जो कुछ प्रोड्यूस करेगा, जो कुछ वहाँ से आएगा, वो भी जो है, चूँकि हमारे ये जो रेंजेस हैं, वेस्टर्न रेंजेस जो हैं, ये बहुत ज़्यादा हाइट नहीं है, और ये जो मैकेनिज़्म है उसके लिए हाइट और एलिवेशन का होना ज़रूरी होता है। तो वहाँ से भी कुछ पोर्शन जो है वो हमारी तरफ ही आएगा, ठीक है जी। और चाइना जो है, चाइना के अलॉन्ग चूँकि बैरियर है, लेकिन चाइना से जो कुछ भी आ रहा है वो हमारे हिमालयाज़ को इफ़ेक्ट कर रहा है। तो उसमें प्रैक्टिकली मैं ये कहूँगा कि मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों में पाकिस्तान का अगरचे हिस्सा 1% से भी कम है, लेकिन ये सरहद पार आलूदगी से शदीद मुतासर है। अच्छा जी, ये मैंने जो है ना कैलाश माउंटेन लगाया है।
डॉक्टर अदील एंड वकास, यू हैव 5 more minutes प्लीज।
ओके जी, ये कैलाश माउंटेन का मैंने लगाया है। कैलाश माउंटेन की एक जियोग्राफिकल पोजीशन अपनी तरफ है, जियोलॉजिकल अपनी तरफ है, मजहबी तौर पर इसकी अपनी, क्योंकि हिंदुओं का और बुद्धिज़्म का सबसे मुकद्दस तीन मकाम है। तो यहाँ पे जो कैलाश माउंटेन है, ये बेसिकली यहाँ पे 1 डिग्री आपकी टेम्परेचर एनॉमली जो है वो रिकॉर्ड की जा रही है। जब टेम्परेचर एनॉमली की हम बात करते हैं तो आपका एक एवरेज टेम्परेचर है और एक जो टेम्परेचर रेज हुआ है उसके डिफरेंस की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, ठीक है जी। उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या है? ये लेक मानसरोवर है, ये लेक मानसरोवर को फेट करता है आपका कैलाश माउंटेन। अगर आप पिछली स्लाइड पे देखें तो आप ये देखेंगे 2020 में उसके ऊपर बर्फ़ ही नहीं है, 2003 में बर्फ़ मौजूद है। ये मानसरोवर आपका रिवर ब्रह्मपुत्र, रिवर इंडस, रिवर आपका सतलज और फिर कराली, इन चारों का सोर्स है। अगर आप, और फिर इसकी जो लेवल ऑफ जो वाटर लेवल है वो डिक्रीज़ कर रहा है। इसका जो वाटर लेवल डिक्रीज़ करने का मतलब ये है कि जो आपके जो 2 इंपॉर्टेंट दरिया हैं, एक आपका रिवर इंडस जो पाकिस्तान को फेट कर रहा है, दूसरा आपका जो बांग्लादेश और इंडिया को फेट कर रहा है ब्रह्मपुत्र, वो डेफिनेटली आने वाले वक्तों में वहाँ पे पानी मौजूद नहीं होगा। अच्छा, ये क्लाइमेट चेंज जो है, ये इसका क्लाइमेट जो है ना एक इंडेक्स है जो कि रिस्क इंडेक्स है। इस रिस्क इंडेक्स में इस दफ़ा हम नंबर 8 पर हैं, लेकिन अगर हम डाटा को गौर से देखें तो 2018 में हम 5 पे थे। उसकी रीजनिंग ही यही। अच्छा, इंडिया एक ऐसा मुल्क है कि जो जिसकी सराउंडिंग में जितने मुल्क हैं वो सारे मुतासर हैं। उसकी वजह है असल में ये जो आपका ये जो ग्लोबल इसका जो इकनॉमिकल इम्पैक्ट है वो डिपेंडेंट है आपकी वेट के ऊपर। पाकिस्तान की अनफॉर्चुनेटली जो हमारी जोग्राफिकल वेट है वो बहुत कम है। आप सुबह लाहौर के लिए बैठते हैं, पेशावर के लिए, शाम को आप पेशावर चले जाते हैं। इसलिए जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जब वह जो आ रही होगी ईस्ट से, जब वो कॉन्सेंट्रेट करेगी तो वो उसकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन आपके इसी एरिया में होगी जहाँ से आपके हिली टेरेन शुरू होते हैं और वो लाहौर तक चली जाएगी। सेम विद द बांग्लादेश, चूँकि आपका जो इंडिया है उसके सेंटर में पहाड़ हैं और उसके सराउंडिंग में वेट अच्छी खासी है, तो इसलिए उसके अंदर वो जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का इम्पैक्ट है उसको मिटिगेट होने के लिए काफ़ी टाइम भी चाहिए। दूसरा, एक एरिया में अगर उसका इकनॉमिकल रोल अगर मुतासर है तो दूसरे एरिया के अंदर उसका इकनॉमिकल रोल उसने उस हद तक मुतासर नहीं होगा। तो ये हमें एक्चुअली हमारी जोग्राफिकल जो वेट है वो मारती है इस हवाले से। अच्छा जी, ये मैंने बड़ा सिंपल सी एक डायग्राम हम लोगों ने बनाने की शो की। ये सारे सबको पता है, हम सारे मतलब पेट्रोलियम के साथ एसोसिएटेड हैं। पेट्रोलियम में सोर्स, रेजरवायर, सील है। आप सोर्स को काट दें क्योंकि कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को का जो सोर्स है वो मैकेनिकल है और केमिकल है, तो बाकी रेजरवायर और सील की डेफिनेशन एब्सोल्युटली वही होगी जो पेट्रोलियम जियोलॉजी में हम देखते हैं, वही काम होगा, वही सब कुछ होगा। ठीक है जी। इसके अंदर जो है सिर्फ ये सोर्स डिफरेंट होगा। सोर्स के लिए आपको कोई ना कोई मैकेनिकल मेथड जो है वो अडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा। जो यूएनओ की इन्होंने ये डायग्राम शो की थी उसमें भी यही है कि आपके मुख्तलिफ टाउन्स के अंदर आप कैप्चर करेंगे और उसको कहीं डीप बरियल आप जो है उसको लेके चले जाएंगे। अच्छा, ये कोई डायग्राम ऐसी नहीं है कि जिसको एक्सप्लेन करने की ज़रूरत है। प्रैक्टिकली कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो है वो नेचुरल अकरिंग गैस है आपकी सब सरफेस में। कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो है ये एक ऐसी गैस है कि जब ये ज़मीन के अंदर होती है तो ये वहाँ पे मिनरलाइजेशन भी करती है, मिनरल्स बनाती भी है, मिनरल्स में तब्दील भी हो जाती है, और ये सिर्फ उस वक्त ये गैसियस फॉर्म में होती है जिस वक्त ये आपके किसी लिक्विड फेस के साथ या गैसियस फेस के साथ इंटैक्ट हो। तो आपके वो तमाम चीज़ें जिसमें एंटीक्लाइन शामिल है, आपका जहाँ पे आपकी जो है वो रीफ्स हैं, फ्रैक्चर्ड लाइमस्टोन है, इवन आपका बेसाल्ट अगर वो फ्रैक्चर्ड है, तो हर वो चीज़ जो कि वो मौजूद है उसमें कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को आप जो है वो दफन कर सकते हैं, और उसके बाद जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है वो 2 साल या 3 साल बाद में से अक्सर जगहों के ऊपर वो किसी और मिनरलाइजेशन के अंदर जो है वो नेचुरली जो है वो कहीं और चली जाती है। ठीक है जी, ये बेसिकली मुख्तलिफ हमने उसके ये मैकेनिज़्म एक्सप्लेन करने की बताया है। आप देखिए जी, सीलिंग इन्होंने फ़ारूक साहब ने सवाल पूछा था, सीलिंग बेसिकली आपका ट्रैपिंग मैकेनिज़्म को डिफ़ाइन करता है। सीलिंग मैकेनिज़्म उसी तरह ही है जैसे आप पेट्रोलियम जियोलॉजी में देखते हैं, स्टोरेज मैकेनिज़्म भी उसी तरह ही है। आपको पोरस रॉक चाहिए, फ्रैक्चर रॉक्स चाहिए। ट्रैपिंग मैकेनिज़्म की भी आपकी 2 तरह की ट्रैप्स हैं, स्ट्रक्चरल है, स्ट्रेटिग्राफिक है। हाँ, एक चीज़ इसमें एडिशनल है कि अगर आपके पास फॉर्मेशन वाटर के अंदर जो है सैलिनिटी है तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड उसके अंदर एब्जॉर्ब भी होगी और मिनरलाइजेशन भी करेगी। ठीक है जी, और किस तरह के मिनरल बनाती है ये वाल्सोनाइट, डाइऑक्साइड, मैग्नीसाइट, फायरलाइट, सेड्राइट, इस तरह की एक लंबी लिस्ट है। बल्कि अभी दुनिया में एक नया मेथड आया, कार्बस मेथड, उसमें वो सिंपल जो है कंपनी से पूछते हैं अगर आप गैस ज़्यादा एमिट कर रहे हैं, वो ड्रिल करते हैं और उसको उसके अंदर जो है वो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को बरी कर देते हैं। 2 साल के बाद जो है वो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो है उसके अंदर मुख्तलिफ मिनरल्स के अंदर जो है वो तब्दील हो चुकी होती है।
Excuse me, gentlemen, I can understand your excitement and the interest, but you have 1 more minute, please.
ओके जी, ये सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी है जी। इसके अंदर जो मुख्तलिफ जो है इनर्ट गैसेस डाटा जो है वो यहाँ पे लगा हुआ है। ये वो फील्ड्स हैं जहाँ से जो है ना हमने ये भी जो है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड प्रोड्यूस हो रही है। अच्छा, इसके बारे में मैं सिर्फ ये कहूँगा कि 2 बेहतर ऑप्शंस हैं हमारे पास। अब इर्रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ दिस डायग्राम कि अगर आपकी किसी फील्ड के अंदर कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ज़्यादा है तो आप उसी फील्ड के अंदर किसी और फार्मेशन में आप उसको बरी कर सकते हैं, बशर्ते कि उसके अंदर पोरासिटी मौजूद हो, फ्रैक्चर्ड लाइमस्टोन हो, पोरस रॉक हो, इवन अगर आपके पास जो है वो क्या कहते हैं फ्रैक्चर्ड बेसाल्ट है, वहाँ पे भी उसको दफन कर सकते हैं। ठीक है जी, ये एक एग्जांपल है, ये सिर्फ एक बुकिश एग्जांपल है। इसका मकसद ये नहीं है कि मैं जिंदा बीर के लिए 100% प्रपोज कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन बेसिकली बात ये कहने का मकसद ये है कि आप अपनी किसी नियर बाई फील्ड के अंदर भी कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को आप उसको जो है ना बरी कर सकते हैं। आप एक फील्ड से कलेक्ट करते हैं, दूसरी फील्ड से कलेक्ट करते हैं, उसके बाद आपके नियर बाई फील्ड में या जो डिप्लीटेड फील्ड है उसके अंदर आप उसको बरी कर सकते हैं। ठीक है जी, कंक्लूजन्स हैं। कंक्लूजन में सिंपल बात यह है कि कोल जो है वो मेजर सोर्स ऑफ कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड है। प्रैक्टिकली कोल एक चीपर फॉर्म ऑफ एनर्जी है। कोल में 2 चीज़ें हैं, एक CH4 है और एक उसका जो है उसके अंदर कार्बन होता है, दोनों जलते हैं। दोनों जलने के बाद उसकी जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की रेशो जो प्रोड्यूस हो रही होती है वो आपके हाइड्रोकार्बन से ज़्यादा हो रही होती है। ठीक है जी, उसके बाद ये है कि हमें जॉइंटली जो है ना ये कोशिश करनी चाहिए, जो हमारे हमसाए मुल्क है, कि उनको हम बता सकें कि आपकी वजह से हम लोग कहाँ जा रहे हैं, और इसके लिए हमें जो है ना शायद एक नेशनल पॉलिसी की ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये टेम्परेचर रेस कर रहा है, शायद अगर आप उस ग्राफ को प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे तो 10-15 साल के बाद आपको पानी नज़र नहीं आएगा दरियाओं में। ठीक है जी, डिप्लीटेड ऑयल गैस फील्ड्स जो हैं तमाम की तमाम जो हैं कार्बन सीक्वेस्ट्रेशन के लिए इस्तेमाल की जा सकती हैं। और एंड पे यही है कि CBM इज़ द बेस्ट मैथड, जो मैं यहाँ पे लिख नहीं सका, CBM इज़ द बेस्ट मैथड रादर दैन टू माइन द कोल, क्योंकि CBM में आपका कोल नहीं जलता। आप वहाँ से चूँकि CH4 ले लेते हैं, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो प्रोड्यूस हो रहा होगा उसकी रेशो ऑटोमेटिकली कट डाउन हो जाएगी। कि जी ये हमारी रिकमेंडेशंस हैं। रिकमेंडेशंस में जो 2-3 चीज़ें इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, उनमें एक तो यही है कि हमें अपने दरख्त जो हैं उनको लगाना चाहिए। दूसरा है हमें अपनी गाड़ियों के इंजन को जो है ना उसको किसी हद तक बेहतर करना चाहिए। लेकिन जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट बात है वो यही है कि जो हमारे पास पोल्यूशन आ रही है इंडिया से, उस तमाम पोल्यूशन को किसी न किसी तरह हमें कैप्चर करना है और बरी करना है, और इसके लिए एक जॉइंट और एक नेशनल एफर्ट की ज़रूरत है। दैट्स ऑल।
Thank you, Waqas and Adil, for a very interesting paper, starting from Paris Agreement, going to the storage and also indicating the policy requirements. Floor is open for question, please.
Well, if there is no question, there is one comment I want to make. Adil Sahab, the map you have shown that there are some countries showing the very, carbon dioxide उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा produce कर रहे हैं. On the same map, I will suggest you should also highlight Bhutan, because Bhutan was the first carbon negative country years back, and we have to learn many things from them as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank
Adil,
you.
there is one question from my side. It's Irfan from GHPL. Excellent paper and very good attempt. It's a need of an hour for this country and this nation, no doubt about it. My question is that how can we capture the carbon dioxide from the environment, which you have quoted that it is coming from the India, things like that. What technology and what you suggest and what is happening in the world, basically?
Two types of the technologies, they are recently present. One is actually equipment है, उसके अंदर आपकी जो है ना क्विक लाइम पड़ा हुआ है, वो फ़िज़ा से जो है वो आपकी कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को कैप्चर कर रहा है, उसका सोल्यूशन बना रहा है. और दूसरा सिंपल है कि जहाँ पे आपकी ये जो फर्टिलाइजर्स यूज़ हो रही हैं, ये जहाँ से आपकी एमिशन निकल रही है, उसको डायरेक्टली किसी चिमनी के थ्रू आप किसी स्टोरेज टैंक के अंदर जो है ना वो लेके जा रहे हैं. यही दो मेथड्स हैं. इसमें कुछ चीज़ें मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग से रिलेटेड हैं, कुछ केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग से रिलेटेड हैं. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मेरी नालायकी है, मैं समझ नहीं पाया.
Thank you very much, and I understand there will be more questions, but I will request ladies and gentlemen to catch Waqas Sahab and Dr. Nadeer after this session. Thank you very much.
The last paper for this session will be presented by Ahmad Iqbal Bhatti Sahab, who is working in SLB Pakistan as a geophysicist in digital subsurface solution DNI. He has more than 10 years of experience as a geophysicist. Before his current role, he worked for United Energy and OME Pakistan as exploration QI geophysicist. Holds an MSc degree in geophysics and BS degree in geology from Berry University. Please welcome Ahmad Iqbal Bhatti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this introduction. So, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, my name is Ahmad Iqbal, presenter and one of the authors for this paper. So, the topic of my presentation is unconventional 3D seismic reservoir characterization using multidisciplinary approach, which is a case study from Lower Indus Basin, Pakistan. Okay, so outline the agenda for today's presentation is I will start with the objectives, what are the objectives of this studies, followed by introduction to study area. Then we're going to discuss about lithoclassification using petrophysical analysis, followed by rock physics analysis. Then we're going to move to pre-stack seismic inversion and its components like inversion-based lithology classification, petrophysical property prediction, and seismic-based geomechanics, which include stress prediction estimation and pore pressure estimation, followed by concluding it with the summary of this presentation. So, 3-point agenda. We have the objective. Objective for this study was the primary objective was to classify the rock facies based on the shale reservoir quality factors, which are corrosion and porosity. So, the second objective was to identify the distribution of best quality source rock, which are sweet zone for the well placement. And the third objective was to identify the regional stress and its orientation for the development of effective well completion strategies. So these were the three agenda for the three objectives for this study. So introduction to the study area. So the study area lies in the southern part of Pakistan, which is geologically located in the Lower Indus Basin, Pakistan. You know the tectonics, it's a normal faulting regime characterized by high angle vertical faults. So in the basement, so this is the exploration license, which is operated by OGDCL Pakistan. So you can see So you can see the base map showing the location of wells as well as the seismic data which was provided. Or in the right hand side, you can see the stratigraphic, generalized stratigraphic column of the area. So mostly we're going to focus on the shales of early Cretaceous which are from sambar formations. So the first thing is the lithology classification, so which was accomplished using the petrophysical analysis. So based on the petrophysics, we computed the volumes of different mineralogies. Like for example, we have computed for volume of clay, quartz, and carbonate. In addition to these three mineralogical volumes, we have also computed kerogen, volume of kerogen, as well as porosities. So these 5 factors were collectively used with different cutoffs to define the lithologies within this complete section. And based on this analysis, we can define 7 different classes, which are shown in this legend color coded with respect to each facies. So out of these 7 facies, the 2 main facies of interest are yellow, which are high kerogen siliceous shales, and green, which are low kerogen argillaceous shales. These 2 facies have higher amount of kerogen with respect to background rock, and these 2 facies are present in sambar formations. So once we identify the facies from petrophysical analysis, we can move on to rock physics classification. So the purpose of rock physics analysis is simple to predict and to discriminate the facies within the sambar formation using elastic log. Because the ultimate output from seismic inversion are these 2 properties, which are acoustic impedance and VPVS, which are actually elastic properties. So in the right hand side, you can see the cross plot analysis for the sambar formation, where we have on the x-axis we have acoustic impedance, and on the VPVS, on the y-axis we have VPVS, and these data points are color coded with respect to litho classes. So we can see that we can differentiate these 2 facies based on VPVS analysis. While for the acoustic impedance, they lies on the same range. However, the VPVS can help us to differentiate these 2 facies. So based on this cross plot, we can generate the PDFs. So what is PDF? PDFs are the probability density functions which shows with the probability occurrence of each classes. So we can generate the PDF, and how successfully this PDF has classified these 2 facies, we can infer it from the confusion matrix. So for the green facies, which is low kerogen argillaceous shale, we can successfully classify it by 74%, while for the yellow facies, which is kerogen rich siliceous shale, can be classified successfully by 77%. So overall, it's a very good percentage for classifying these facies. So for the QC purpose, you can see we have this in situ log, which were computed using the petrophysical analysis, and on the right hand side beside it you can see the litholog, which was predicted using this workflow PDF we have used. So overall you can see we have a good match between these 2. Okay, so once we have the rock physics feasibility analysis done, we can move to seismic inversion. So without going in much detail in this inversion workflow, just to give you a generalized idea, we have used deterministic approach for this seismic inversion workflow, and we have used the low frequency model of 6 Hz because, as you know, the seismic is band limited and it's missing the low frequency component, and we have used the wavelets. Final wavelets were extracted from conditioned seismic data because the PSTM gathers, the input seismic data provided was noisy, so we applied some conditioning to improve the signal to noise ratio. Then we have flattened the gathers and stacked them again and regenerated the wavelet for the inversion. So you can see that this is just a comparison between the conditioned data set, which is on the left, and the original seismic data, which is provided in the middle. And on the right hand side, you can see the amplitude spectrum of these 2 seismic data sets. So the noise is clearly removed. We can see the uplift of frequencies, which are probably from the higher side, while preserving the low frequency band as well. So and overall, there was a much improvement in quality of seismic data and improvement in seismic signal to noise ratio. So this is just a comparison in QC. So this is the seismic to well data analysis before conditioning the seismic data. So we have the seismic on the both sides, and in the middle we have synthetic seismogram, which was generated from the logs. And this is the amplitude spectrum, phase spectrum, and this is the shape of the wavelet, and this is the static. So after conditioning the seismic data, we can clearly see the uplift in vertical resolution of seismic. So the statistics tell us that we have improved, there is a much improvement in signal to noise ratio after conditioning the seismic data. Besides that, we have also improved the predictability and correlation coefficient between seismic and well data. So now we can extract a stable and reliable wavelet from this condition seismic data. So once we made the seismic to well data analysis and extracting the wavelet from each angle stacks, we can use this wavelet to invert our seismic data. So the output from this seismic data are acoustic impedance and VP/VS ratio. So in the right hand side you can see well and seismic based acoustic impedance and VP/VS seismic impedance. VP/VS ratio. So these are compared with the well VP/VS and acoustic impedance. So the well logs are filtered to the seismic resolution. So overall you can see there is a very good match, I would say like an excellent match. And on the right hand side we have the lithocube which were generated using these two properties on seismic and its comparison with respect to the litho log computed on the well. So focusing on the sample formation, so once we have these two properties, elastic properties, acoustic impedance and VP/VS ratio, we can generate the lithofacies cube, which you can see color coded in yellow and green, and use the computed PDFs on the well scale can be applied to these two volumes to generate the probability volume for these two facies. On the top right hand side we can see this is the probability volume for low kerogen argillaceous shale, which scale range from 0 to 1, and in the bottom we have probability volume for high kerogen siliceous shale. So out of these two we are mostly interested in this high kerogen siliceous shale probability. So next is the petrophysical property prediction. If you have seen, we have computed probability volumes from seismic inversion result. In addition to the probability volumes, we can also compute the porosity from seismic inversion results using acoustic impedance to porosity transformation. So you can see these are the maps from one of the layer within the sample formation. On the left, it shows the probability distribution of kerogen-rich rock. On the right, it shows the probability. In the right, it shows the porosity distribution from one of the layer in the sample. So, based on our analysis and understanding, we understand that these two properties are the main factor which are contributing the reservoir quality within the sample formation. So, what we can do, we can combine these two properties to highlight the sweet zone within the sample formation. So the red, which you see in the bottom cross section, are the sweet zone which we're generating by combining these two properties and applying certain conditions. So these red zone contain probability of kerogen greater than 65% and porosity which are equal to and greater than 4%. So this red zone contain this information. So we can see that this sweet zone are mostly highlighted and present within the middle part of the sample formation. So up till now we have seen the rock classification and seismic inversion based classification to drive the reservoir quality. So for the completion strategy, like for example placing the well, especially horizontal well, we need to have the idea about the magnitude of stress and orientation of the stress directions. So for that we need to have the understanding of the stress regime of the area. So you can see the depth structure map of sample formations where we have different wells on it. So out of this well, we were having the FMI data available within these 4 wells. So the FMI data interpreted provide us the information about the fractures. You can see the orientation of the Rossborough diagram of these fractures, as well as the breakout and induced fractures. So breakout induced fracture. So the student at the bottom shows the plot of this breakouts as well as drilling induced fractures which are in blue. So this information indicate, the breakout information indicate that the minimum horizontal stress is along northeast and southwest direction. So this information is very critical if we are going to place the horizontal well, because the horizontal well should be placed along the minimum horizontal stress direction. Okay, so the next is the pore pressure prediction, which is the key component for estimating the minimum and maximum horizontal stress. So for the pore pressure prediction, we analyzed the well, and based on analysis, it showed that the sample formation is over pressured. So if you look at the velocity measurement with depth, we have used Eaton method for predicting pore pressure from logs. So if you look at the velocity trend with the depth, we can clearly see the velocity is increasing with depth until we reach the top of the chamber, where the velocity suddenly decreases, which shows the onset of pore pressure, as well as it shows the chamber formation is overpressured, which is also true because during drilling, we have to increase the mud weight within this section to balance the drilling parameters. So we use this velocity-based equation to predict the pore pressure on the well. Similarly, this technique method equations were used to predict velocity, to predict pore pressure on the seismic data using seismic inversion results. So in the right, you can see the comparison between well and seismic-based pore pressure prediction for these two wells. Okay, so once we have the pore pressure and inversion result, we can estimate minimum and maximum horizontal stresses. So by using these two properties, we estimated minimum and maximum horizontal stress magnitude and calibrated it with the well-based measurement. So on the left-hand side, we have minimum horizontal stress, and on the right, we have the maximum horizontal stress comparison between well and seismic, and this is their scale, which range from 0 to 2000. So the purpose of calculating the magnitude of these stresses is that because it gives us the idea about the fluid pressure required to induce the fractures in a source rock. So this can help us to optimize and program our drilling campaign for this in the source rock category. So the summary, we have seen that the main criteria which control the reservoir quality is the presence of porosity and corrosion, and these properties were predicted by integrating petrophysics, rock physics, and seismic inversion result to bring up with the sweet zone volume. And the next thing is the prediction of completion quality. We have predicted the seismic pore pressure and integrated with the stress knowledge, regional and local knowledge of the area to estimate the magnitude of the stress volumes, which are minimum and maximum horizontal stress to support our drilling and fracking strategy. So the value of this workflow is that it shows the integration of all different disciplines for the prediction of reservoir quality and completion quality. So based on the result of this study, a few frac tests were conducted in a vertical well, and the results were found to be successful. And that's it from my side. Thank you, everyone. So I would like to acknowledge and thanks OJDCL and Schlumberger management for permission to present this paper, and I would like to thanks to the colleagues from OJDC and SLB for their support during this study.
Thank you, Emmerich Balbatti, for your nice presentation, taking through the seismic inversion and looking at the rock mechanics as well. Now floor is open for question and answer, please.
Yeah. An excellent paper, very nice. I mean, I just got one question, when you compare the estimation of pore pressure with the actual data, what was the margin of error, I mean, how close you were with the actual measurements? Or your confidence level,
I think we were pretty much close. I would say like 5 to 10% of error, it was there. Not more than that. The answer presented paper before the tea break, it was just a part of that as well. So I don't know if someone asked that question from answer. So up till now, what I'm aware, it was around 5 to 10%, not more than 10. We were pretty much confident with this pore pressure prediction.
Hanif Khan from Diwan Petroleum. Very nice presentation. My question is there any core data available in the wells, what you showed? Or if available, then you did not discuss about any correlation, especially the TOC, which is calculated by, from the logs and then raw,
we computed volume of corrosion on the log basis. We do have core and ditch cutting data available with us. We have computed the TOC on this cores and ditch cutting, and we calibrated our logs with the core.
Okay, thank you.
Each log was calibrated with the core data.
Okay, the next question is, it's a small thing, it's a comment. When you are saying the corrosion, so basically you are talking about the TOC, right? Is it?
No, it's corrosion is after the TOC identification with respect to certain equation. I'm not a petrophysics, I have no idea about the details.
Okay,
so it was used in the equation, the TOC calculator was used in the equation to come up with this volume of corrosion.
Yeah, it is just a comment that when you talking about the sweet spot, especially in the shale play, so you are talking about two things. One is the TOC. The next is the thermal maturity, which is, you know, the VR value.
Yes.
So that is show your sweet spot. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay, this is a nice suggestion. Thank you.
Any other question, please?
Thank you for the nice paper, and that concludes this presentation. So this session is coming to an end. Samar will take over.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to the shield distribution ceremony for this session. I would like both the chairs to please stand up so that I can send you the nominees. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Asad Taimur along with his group, which includes Mr. Umar Manzoor, Mr. Muyassar Hussain, Ms. Noorul Huda Chaudhry, and Mr. Mohammad Khizar. Please have a round of applause for them. Mr. Asad Taimur, if you please come on the stage. Asad. Claps, please. Mr. Umar Manzoor. Mr. Muyassar Hussain. Okay, Mr. Mr. Mohammad Khizar. And Ms. Noorul Huda Chaudhry. I would like you all to please appreciate these people because this is the only thing which motivates them to write more and present more. Now from Group 2, I would request Mr. Waqas Habib to come along with his team, which includes Mr. Adil Nazir, Iftikhar Ali, and Shabir Ahmed. Okay, they're coming. Mr. Waqas Habib, please. Mr. Shabir Ahmed. Dr. Adil Nazir. Is that right? बस उनको क्या मैं I think they receive a round of applause for such a nice presentation based on carbon sequestration, which focus on the future challenges which we are facing, which we will be facing in near future. From Group 3, I would like to invite Mr. Amar Bhatti, Mr. Faraz Siddiqui, Mr. Naveed Ahmed, Mr. Shahid Javed, and Mr. Mohammad Saqib. Can you please come on the stage and receive your shields, please? So Mr. Amar Bhatti is coming. Naveed Saab will be following suit. And Mr. Saqib is also on the stage. Please a round of applause for them. Mr. Moyasser Hussain, if you can please come on the stage. Your shield was missed. Please, you can line up over here. Please, a round of applause here. All the authors, all the presenters, they deserve this applause because this is what keeps them going on. And they can be, next time, they can be from amongst us also. So every one of us would like to see this applause, which urges us to do more and do more research and present more valuable things to you. Because since this is a technical conference, so this is the basically essence of this conference. Now I would like to invite Mr. Shamim Chughtai and Mr. Azim Subhani to please come on the stage to present a shield of honor to our esteemed chairpersons. A round of applause for both the veterans. First of all, I would like Mr. Shamim Chughtai to present the shield to Mr. Farooq Saghir. And I would like Mr. Asim Subhani to present the next shield to Mr. Shifat Alam. Sir. So basically this concludes all the GNG sessions of a very exciting annual technical conference. I would like to thank everyone, the presenters, the authors, the chairpersons, and most of all the organizers of this very brilliant annual technical conference. And I would like to thank especially the SP Pakistan chapter and the PAPG who worked day and night apart from their official schedule to make it a success. So a round of applause to especially the organizers of this organizing committee. And on this note, I conclude the GNG sessions of the 29th Annual Technical Conference and Oil Show. Thank you. Have a pleasant conference.
Immediately now. So I'll hand over the stage to Sadaf Shah from United Energy, and she will be conducting the session.
Assalamu alaikum everyone.
I welcome all of you to this focus session on diversity and inclusion. I represent SP D&I committee as a chair today. My name is Sadaf. I will be your moderator for today's session. So the mission of Diversity and Inclusion Committee within the SPE is to propel SPE's unwavering commitment to diversity and inclusion throughout the oil and gas industry by fostering collaboration and through education. SP D&I Pakistan Committee is a focused platform that promotes women who are already working in the industry and also creating a platform for the next generation of women who aspire to join this dynamic sector of oil and gas. So today on this focused panel, we have our speakers with global experience as well as leading NOC and services companies with us. I will give a brief introduction to them and then we will move forward with the questions. So today we have with us Fawzia Ahmed. She is Chief Human Resources Officer with Mari Petroleum Company Limited. She is currently working with MPCL, where she is leading the strategy, design and execution of human capital blueprint and complex change management initiatives. Prior to joining MPCL, Fawzia has served in HR leadership roles in diverse industries with Hashu Group, PTCL, IGI Finance Services, ENI and MOL Group. She has developed, executed, and facet all of human resources strategy, including company culture, talent management, leadership, organizational planning, diversity, equity, inclusion, resulting in sustained long-term value for business and employees. With the majority of her experience within the oil and gas sector, she is a strong advocate for empowering young female engineers in STEM roles. She has been actively utilizing the platforms which promote D&I initiatives as a panelist in Get Tech Global Conference UK on the subject of unlocking gender equity, won the Education Partnership Award for one of the major industry players. She is enthusiastically working on the strategies to promote D&I in her current organization. And then we have Jackie Hoffman. Jackie is Regional Activities Manager with SP MENA. She is currently based in SP Abu Dhabi office, where she supports as a Senior Regional Activities Manager to SP MENA and South Asia region, and also as a Member Programs Eastern Hemisphere Team Leader. She has the privilege to work with all of us as volunteers, students, and professionals with SP for past 9 years, and she has been included in the major programs and conferences like EDIPEC, GoTech, and IPTC. Prior to SP, she has worked at the University of British Columbia in Canada with the alumni engagement and fundraising. She has also volunteered with Commonwealth Games in Canada and as a race manager, as well as YWCA mentorship program as a mentor. She holds the bachelor degree in geography and international relations from UBC, and also her project management certificate from UBC. Then we have Fizza Naqvi. Fizza is the job delivery lead at SLB. She is a dedicated professional currently working with SLB. Fizza has spent her past few years immersing herself in the dynamic world of oil and gas operations, gaining valuable experience as a field engineer in all across Pakistan. Her journey has been marked by genuine commitment and learning and development. Fizza is passionate about championing gender diversity and inclusion within the traditional male-dominating realm of oil and gas. Through her advocacy and support, she wishes to actively encourage and empower female professionals to thrive and success. Success in the that was previously considered as a challenging environment for women. So without ado, I would move forward to our guests and we start a discussion on this gender. So our today's theme will revolve around the challenges and the support system that we have within the Pakistan's oil and gas sector. So I would like to welcome you all, and I'll begin the questions from Fawzia. So I would like to ask you, Fawzia, what obstacles or resistance that you have encountered while championing D&I within your organization, and how have you navigated them?
Audible? Yeah. Thank you, Sadaf, for the kind introduction. I think the topic of D&I is not something specific to just one organization. It is, I feel that this is something which ranges from societal stereotyping and societal barriers to all the way ranging from lack of support structures towards minority groups. So ranging from that, if I look at it, and if I look at it specifically with regards to this industry, if I look at it with regards to this particular industry, in the recent years, things have moved in a positive manner. We see more representation in young engineering roles. We also see more representation in, or some representation in leadership roles, but it's still a long way to go. Coming to, if I talk about Maari Petroleum and what kind of obstacles or challenges we have faced in this particular area, first of all, it starts from the commitment from the leadership. So the way you can work towards removing those obstacles and hindrances is that it becomes a business imperative. It's not something which is merely a tick box exercise that you want to do and you want to hire certain minority groups or female percentage or gender equity, but it's a larger topic in itself, and it has to have the commitment from the top team. So at Maari, it is linked in with our business strategy. It is a core part of our business strategy. Also, it reflects in our business scorecard, and then it cascades down in individual respective KPIs as well. So it starts from there. Then moving forward, how we have further taking this forward is that we have started conscious effort towards enhancing our bench strength and internal bench strength with regards to succession planning and keeping D&I in the forefront of succession planning. We are enhancing our internal bench strength in middle management roles and also in our starting roles, where we have inducted I think the last cohort that we have of our management trainee program, 24% were female engineers. So that's the kind of commitment we're showing, and these females are working in both field and office locations. And of course, we have provided them the facilities, and we are looking towards our, we already have reviewed and revised a lot of our policies in line with the D&I vision that we have. To name a few, we have a daycare center available for all working women at Maari. We have very strong and specific anti-discrimination and harassment policies at work. We run gender sensitization trainings and awareness across the organization. We have extended our maternity leave further compared to what is legally required. We've started paternity leave, so flexible working hours for as and when required for female staff. So a lot of things as organizations we need to customize, and we need to move towards creating an enabling environment which supports not just gender but also any other communities that we work with, which need to be engraved and involved in our business on a day-to-day level. So those are some of the things we've done, but I mean, we can further talk about more.
Yeah, thank you, Fazia. That was really insightful. I'll move to Jackie. So Jackie, you have worked with the students and then professionals, a lot of volunteers. I would like to ask your opinion on how do you think that management plays a role in setting D&I throughout the organizations and also including the field?
Thank you, Sada. Am I audible?
Yes, you can press it.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Sadaf. So thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be able to be on this panel and to be here at this event. I'll preface this just by saying that SB, we support a lot of the sections, a lot of the companies, members in the region, and we work with the International D&I Committee, with the regional D&I committees. So a lot of our observations actually come from supporting that committee and working with those members like yourself, Sadaf, who's on the committee, and volunteers. And all of the observations that kind of I will just briefly speak about, Fauzia touched on exactly. So it's perfect that we're kind of coming to this. So in terms of from management, the way we kind of see it is that it kind of unfolds into a twofold kind of area. So you have creating an environment in the company that is inclusive, that is comfortable, that fosters an area where people feel comfortable to be in. And the other part of it is more of a structural side of things. So in terms of the environment, you know, what you want to do is you want to be creating an environment where you're listening, you're empowering your employees, You're creating somewhere where people feel comfortable to work, people feel comfortable coming to your management, coming to your colleagues to speak about different things. At the same time, we also want to be able to celebrate diversity and inclusion and not just tolerate it. So, you know, it takes time. There's all these structural things we do put in, as you were speaking about, Fauzia. But it's also about celebrating and not just tolerating. On the structural side of things, which really helps to support all of that, you know, you want to have clear reporting structures, you want to have goals, you want to have KPIs that you kind of stick to and adhere to from the top down, because then this will help foster, you know, comfortable working environment. Fair hiring practices, fair promotion, availability and opportunities, and of course training and development, which you spoke about. So creating training and development for all employees to understand exactly what diversity and inclusion is and how to work within a framework that fosters a very comfortable and open environment. On the flip side of things, you know, management can do as much as they can to implement these kind of things. What does have to happen on the other side is that the people working, the members, the employees, they have to seek out these opportunities and capitalize on them. So I have already had some interesting conversations. Earlier yesterday, Maywish from the section, she was telling me that, you know, she's one of the only female engineers in her company, and she's had to go through a few trials and tribulations, but she's learned from that, and there's now a younger generation coming in, and she's working on mentoring those people. So it's also about not just management creating those opportunities, but people you know, coming into working and being that leader, being that management, and being the mentor. And then one other observation I'll just quickly make is Fizza, who's on the panel here with me, we actually go way back, at least 5 years. So Fizza was a student, and as Sadaf was saying, we run a lot of university programs where we bring our students over for different opportunities. Fizza was a student about 5 years ago. She took that opportunity as a student to expose herself and get out there. And clearly, since those 5 years, you've taken a lot more opportunities. You're now in a very amazing position, and you're on a panel. So it's about seeking those opportunities, and then, of course, you know, passing them down as well to the people who come after you, which is kind of what you were saying as well, Fauzia, about, you know, it takes time to pass those on, mentor, and in time, the paradigm shift will happen. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Jackie. I mean, a lot of examples that you quoted in your conversation. So let's move on to Fizza. So you have worked as a field engineer, Fizza. Tell us about your experience, and some of the specific obstacles that you have come across and how you have overcome them.
Hello. Thank you, Sada, for the brilliant question. So one of the major challenges that we as female field engineers do face in the field is a general perspective of women that they're not supposed to be in technical roles or roles that are physically demanding. A lot of times people would say from different companies, different backgrounds, they would say, why are you in the field? Why are you not working in the office? Or you should shift to the office as soon as possible. But to overcome this challenge, it's always been, you just stayed resilient. I stayed resilient. I did not listen to those people. There's also a lack of visibility of women in the industry as well. There are women in the industry, but like I did not know them. Like we were talking about mentorship programs or women who are mentoring other women. When I joined the company, in my own segment, I did not have any female engineer who was senior to me or who was even working with me that I could look up to. So this is one of the challenges because a lot of the times the challenges of female faces at the field are very different to any challenge that a male can face, right? Some of the other challenges are a general reluctance to have female on the field, right? A lot of companies are making these public statements about including gender, and there is a very strong push from the top management to get more females in the industry. However, at the bottom line, when we see at the front lines, it also needs to be pushed because there's a lot of people you'll see that are reluctant to have women in these technical roles. Apart from this, there's a general lack of facilities that are dedicated for women in the field, such as separate accommodations, such as separate restroom facilities. And these are some things that, which is something that I as an individual cannot overcome, right? This is even when I'm on the field, a lot of my male colleagues would help me out whenever I would face problems, right? However, there's a problem in the entire structure, right? In the structure of the industry, and that needs to change, right? We need to change the system from its core, and every individual can make a difference, but the system also needs to change and to be more accommodating to females and be more female friendly.
Yeah, that is very insightful. I think once somebody shares their personal experiences, we all get to know that these are also specific problems that one can go through. So let's have some discussion on some of the best practices to address this resistance and how to overcome these barriers to promote more diversity. I would request Fozia if you can share your thoughts on that.
With regards to best practices, I think there are a lot of things that we need to focus on. Like, for example, I would begin with the first one, which I feel is of vital importance, like when we talk about pay equity. That's an issue globally, but what companies need to do is that they need to have policies, remuneration policies, which are equitable. So regardless of who is the incumbent in the role, there shouldn't be pay gap. Even if it exists, they should be at least open and honest about the topic, and they should be running, companies should be running equity analysis, pay equity analysis to see where are the gaps and make an effort to fill those. But there are a lot of companies which are equitable as well, because jobs are based on job evaluations and job scope, and it doesn't matter who the incumbent is, who is holding the role. So that's one area that I think that's that's a starting point. Other things is, how do we remove, a good practice is, regardless of what we do, there is this unconscious bias, and that becomes, and that's a real threat to this entire topic and this entire drive of how we make a world which is more equitable or equal for all. So that in itself, how we incorporate that in our recruitment practices, how larger organizations or good companies are already moving towards things in terms of shortlisting, in terms of interviewing skills, how they remove the unconscious bias in that process. I think that's a thing that companies need to adopt and move towards, which will definitely ensure a better inclusion at all levels in all industries. I think another thing in terms of best practice would be that we celebrate differences, as I think Jackie also mentioned earlier, that we acknowledge different religious, cultural holidays, and we celebrate differences. We acknowledge, and it's not just tolerance, as you said, it's also welcoming different opinions, because it's not just diversity of gender, but it's also cognitive thinking and the diversity, different point of opinions, valuing each other's opinions, and sort of channelizing that energy for a better outcome for the organization that you're working with. So at least those are some that I can think of on top of my head.
I will have a last question from the panelists. Fizza touched upon the system, so let's have some discussion on how the management can hold themselves accountable for fostering D&I into the oil and gas entire ecosystem. So if Jackie, you can share your thoughts on that, or then maybe we can request Fozia and Fizza as well.
Thank you, Sadaf. That's a very good question. What I can speak to is I can speak to kind of how SPE can help to support. So, obviously we can't necessarily go into companies and see what management is doing, but what we can do is we can listen to our members, and we can see what it is that they exactly need to help foster more diversity, inclusion, best practices. What kind of programs can we put together? What kind of opportunities can we put together for our members to work with outside of their company's environment? So for example, Fizza mentioned mentorship, and mentorships come up quite a bit. Mentorship tends to be quite an informal practice that happens between colleagues. Maybe it's a matter of listening to our members and saying, you know, maybe it's about time we need to formalize a program that creates mentorship around diversity inclusion, for example. So I think in terms of best practices in that area, what we need to do is really listen, and also from a management point of view, they do need to listen to their employees, and not just listen and then, you know, let it kind of write off, but listen deeply and see what it is that people are needing and people are wanting to be able to advance and be able to work in an environment that is inclusive.
Right. This was all from the question side. Let's move to the audience and listen to them if they have anything to ask from our panelists, if they have any questions regarding the DNA committee as well. Can someone pass on the mic, please?
Hello. Yeah, this is Mushtaq from KC EduTech. My question is Ms. Fozia, in the beginning of when she started, she used one word, gender sensitization. I would like to know more about that word. What does it mean? And she talked about trainings, gender sensitization trainings. How can it be done? How can this term be achieved? Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the question, please. Gender sensitization is not just for male colleagues or male part of the society. It's something that we need to run across organization for all genders. This is again a topic because, you know, it's something which is, as I said, ingrained in our societal beliefs and the way we have been brought up. So from our families, and it's something that again unconsciously maybe we behave in a way while working with a peer or with a colleague, which is probably engraved in our upbringing. So gender sensitization, in simple words, is the kind of training that would make you think around things and look at the same, like, you know, from a different perspective, putting yourself in another person's shoes and thinking that maybe how that comment or how that little note could have affected another person. So again, these are very small pieces of things we do on an ongoing basis, and it's not, I would again repeat, it's probably not just a male colleague doing this to a female colleague. It could even be a female to female or a male to male. So it's something that we need to be wary of, and we need to be conscious around. And there are formal organizations that provide these awareness sessions. And again, if you need more details, I can share that with you if that would be helpful to you for your organization. And it's also something that we need to do across the organization at all levels, to build that commitment from the top management, and then to have it cascade and a top-down and bottom-up approach both ways, so that it kind of runs smoothly within the organization. And I think it would definitely create a more enabling environment for all employees and all stakeholders. Thanks.
Thank you, Fozia. Any other questions?
Assalamu alaikum, ma'am. First of all, I'm a great fan of you. Your contribution to HR section is quite remarkable to whatever organization you was. With respect to D&I, inclusion, I 100% agree with you. A lot of things needs to be done in almost all the organizations. But with respect to diversity, and especially with respect to the hiring of female staff, don't you think that it's an insult to the talent of female staff that we are saying that we are hiring them only for the purpose of diversity? Because I think you are talented enough that we should not say that female staff is only being hired for the purpose of diversity.
I don't think that's definitely not the point. It's any position is the skill set that's required. So when I said to improve our hiring practices, or when I mentioned, that's what I meant, unconscious, there are companies who don't even share personal information of the candidates, whether the name or the address, the gender or age or anything around, or even where they belong, from which city they are or which country they are. So those are the things which kind of remove the unconscious bias. So if we kind of slowly move towards those practices and processes, then you're only matching an incumbent to the skill set that's required. That has nothing to do with whether it's a male or a female. Again, maybe when we talk about gender, we only do that to encourage, because as Fiza mentioned, that some of the organizations do not have an enabling environment. I mean, I'll talk of my personal experience. I used to run the trainee programs with ENI long time back, I think around 15 years ago or even longer. And I went to UET Lahore, and they had, the top 10 students were all, from chemical engineering, were all females, mostly were all females. And the industry was not ready. I'm talking, I think, 2003 or 4, to induct them, because they did not have the facility in the fields to actually send them to the fields. So it's been a long journey, and companies have come a long way, and there are now a lot of organizations. When then I was working with another group with MOL, we were the first ones to send female engineers to Karak at our field. So again, these are barriers that we need to continuously break. And now with Mari Petroleum, as I mentioned, we have 24% of our fresh young graduates as female engineers, because we provide them an environment where they can work equally well with male or female. So that is nothing with, it's again, as I said, it's not a tick box. We're not only hiring females to tick some KPI, we are hiring them for the value they bring, because they're competent in the roles that they are delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, Fozia. Any other questions?
Assalamu alaikum. It's Nabila from OGDCL. I want to ask from the panel that how can organizations can take effective measures for D&I initiatives? I mean, if you can share your insights on this. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify the question, you're looking for how management can create managers that are looking for open D&I initiatives.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a great question. So I think that this is somewhere where organizations like SPE and external organizations can assist with. There's a lot of opportunities out there that management can seek to get training on how to bring the D&I training and development into their companies. So volunteering with different initiatives like the D&I committee, like Saraf is part of, I believe Fiza is part of or will be part of, is seeking those opportunities. So as we said earlier, you have the top-down approach, but you also have to incorporate the bottom-up approach. So whilst the opportunities can be created by external organizations, it is up to those individuals to seek those opportunities and then make time and make space to be able to take them in and learn from them. I think maybe moving forward, I think that a lot of organizations can maybe do a better job about showing what is available. Sometimes it is difficult for management in companies to seek what those opportunities are. So perhaps we can all do a better job about putting forward what is available, because it also does take a lot of time to seek that, because people are doing those outside of their regular job. This is a volunteer thing, so people are doing these trainings, development, volunteering outside of their regular job. What also maybe needs to happen internally is they do need to communicate with their company that they are doing this outside of their regular working hours, and their company should hopefully be able to make space for them to seek that extra training to bring back to their company. So I hope that kind of answers your question a little bit. Thank you.
So with this, I think we are dot on time. I would like to thank SPE Pakistan. I would like to thank our speakers for this session, and each one of you for making this an active session in terms of participation. So thank you very much, everyone. Till we see you next time.
Of course.